Katie, and welcome to the Greenland Quilter channel. I hope everybody has had a fantastic day. Today is Saturday. We are, second Saturday already in November. I cannot believe that. What has everybody been working on today, or have you been chilling? I have Shonda here with me today, along with Teresa Louise. And I will be saying something in the channel in a minute, but let's go ahead and get the introductions out of the way as soon as I move my chat. Okay. So who wants to go first?
Okay.
Me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you want?
My name is Shonda. My channel is Under the Needle Quilting and Crafts, where I just do mostly quilting related things and crochet related things. Those are the two hobbies that I enjoy the most. I'm supposed to be teaching myself embroidery, but that's not really going well right now. I don't have a lot of time to work on it, but I would like to get back around to doing a little bit more embroidery and teaching myself some of those stitches. But for now, crochet and quilting is keeping me pretty busy.
That sounds like fun. All right, Teresa, you're next.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name's Teresa Louise. I Quilt Too is the name of my channel. And I do, quilting, sewing, collage quilting, and just other crafts that take my fancy. I normally go live on Sundays around sometime between 1 and 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And I also go live with Katie now and then.
Yep. We have fun, all of us sewing together. I really enjoy both you and Shonda coming and sewing with me on a regular basis. I just love having people to talk to at the same time I'm doing a live. It's
It helps.
been wonderful.
And I just wanted to say hello, Shonda.
Hi, Teresa. Nice to sew with you again.
Today.
It's good to be together again like this. Hello, Robin Marie. Looks like, how are you doing today? Hello, Linda. Looks like Linda was the first one in the chat today. She says, hello, Katie, and everyone in the chat. Just finished up a quilt on the long arm and then started dinner. So I will be in and out trying to get this quilt done for a wedding gift. Awesome.
Nice.
Hi, Jaja. Welcome, welcome. And hello, Chris. Welcome to the chat. And she says, Chris says to Teresa, hi, Teresa, what's surprise? I don't know. What a surprise. So you must know her. And then Sylvia's here. Welcome, welcome. And she says, hello, Teresa, Shonda. It's Shonda, yeah. She and Katie, and she says, sorry for misspelling. It's okay. I think Shonda's
I get it all the time.
Yeah. I think she's got used to that. I want to mention hey, Denise, if any of you guys live out in rural America or rural anywhere, as you know, right now hunting season has started, bow season, I think. And then it'll progress after that. If you have dogs running loose, please secure your dogs. You don't want to come home one afternoon or let your dog out in the morning time and your dog comes back with an arrow sticking out of him. So be mindful of that because there are some mean people out there. And I thought I would mention that as a proactive comment so that you can keep your dog safe. So that's enough of that. And if you want to know why I brought it up, go over to Arms Family Homestead and you'll find out why. Okay. So what are you going to work on, Teresa?
I don't know. First thing I'm going to do is clean my sewing machine because I like to do that at the first of the month and I haven't done that yet. So I need to clean it all out and get it oiled. And then just I feel like trying to get things a little bit organized, check my list, kind of see where I'm at because I haven't really been up here doing much. So.
Okay, and Shonda, do you know what you plan on working on?
Yeah, I am going to be working on the Open Gate Quilt subscription box from last month, which is this little panel project here.
Oh,
Hard to
that looks
see it,
like
but
fun.
yeah, I'm gonna be working on that. And then the same thing I was doing yesterday, but I can't really show it because I've got my not my binding, my border strip ready to pin, and I don't want to move it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so here's my plan tonight. As you know, yesterday I was working on the 1000 block number 21 triangle orama. And I kept running into little issues with it yesterday. And I finally figured out what the problem was. You see this little half square triangle right here? I cut the half triangles and then I sewed them together. That's not what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to do two squares of the green and 2 squares of the purple in a certain size, and then sew them face to face to make half square triangles. That's why everything up here above was off.
Okay.
So I went and looked at the directions today and I recut fabric because I was trying to figure out where I went wrong here. And I knew it was either something I did in the way I read the instructions or I mismeasured something. And I discovered that the whole issue started right here with this half square triangle. I did it wrong, which means I cut the half triangles wrong. They were the wrong size for a half square triangle, and that's why it offset the rest of these blocks. Now, I'm going to still sew it all together, but at least now I know what I did wrong, and I'll have a corrected block, and I'll just put this on the back of the quilt probably. Or I'll put it in I have a stack of orphan blocks right now, or I may just add it to the orphan blocks because I was thinking about taking orphan blocks and calling the quilt top maybe the misfit squares or the misfit blocks or something like that, and make it a cool little or a cool quilt that just shows all of the mistakes I made, because I think that's a learning thing too.
Yeah.
You can see the mistakes you made on a block and like, okay, and it can be a pretty quilt at the same time, and who cares if it's got lots of mistakes on it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, so the block won't get wasted, but it took me about, I sat down with the book and I got to looking at it, and then I went over to cut some of the fabric and I discovered what the problem was. And yeah, no. Okay. Let's see, someone else came in? No. She says, make a label with it. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, yesterday I already had this part sewn together, this part sewn together, and this half triangles. So what I'm going to do is finish completing it, and then we'll sew all of it together. And then what I'll do is I'll post a picture of this and then the remade block so you can see what I'm talking about, why it looks off. And you'll be able to see. You may not see it, I don't know, unless you blow up the picture where you can look at it. But anyway, now I know what I did wrong, so there's that. Nora, stop. She's in the doghouse. Big time doghouse. You know why she's in the doghouse? I let her go outside by herself last night, and it took me 15 minutes to find her.
Where did she go off to?
She slipped over to the neighbor's house eating food they'd thrown out on the ground. And because the wind is so bad right now, we're still having bad weather even today. So we're in day number 6 of this crap. So the wind was blowing hard, and I thought maybe she got spooked by the wind and ran. And I spent 15 minutes calling her, and then I happened to look over at the neighbors. I saw a shadow, and I got to looking, and I said, Nora. And she picked up her head, and I'm like, now I know where you are, you little turd. Hang on, I'm going to go put her on a long line and let her go outside. Be right back.
Okay. She was a bad dog sneaking off like that.
And eating after she had gotten a little, she had just had a treat. She had an apple.
Yeah. My dog does that too. Our neighbors have horses and cows, and you know how dogs are.
Yes. Yes, I do.
They like to go cover themselves in that smell. Hmm. My chat quit working.
I haven't
Let's
been.
see.
Okay, she's on the long line, so at least she won't be running off. I told her I can't trust her now. It's the first time she just took off like that. I think the weather is disorienting her. The weather is insane, y'all.
What's it doing now?
We are in day number 6 of this wind from the south. It's so strong that it
Oh,
almost knocked you off your feet. I don't know if you can hear my wind chimes or not because I got the front door open, waiting for her to come back in on the long line. But it is crazy outside. Somebody just asked about the trampoline. The trampoline's still sitting there, believe it or not. I'm surprised. Um, did I move this? Yeah. No, not the neighbor with the trampoline. She's not the one that threw food out on the ground. It's the over here up on the front, off across from us. The yellow house. They threw food out apparently, and they seem to do it a lot. I've seen them doing it. I don't know why they do it. I guess they think they can feed other people stray dogs, but I don't want my dog eating it because she doesn't eat cooked food. It's, when you have your dog on a raw diet, you don't want her eating already cooked food, especially if there's bones in it, because bones cooked are very bad for dogs. You run the risk of having a vet bill, put it that way.
yeah.
When we had a dog, it could not go out alone. If husband gone, dog would run. Dog would stay around if husband was home. Yeah, the dog I brought with me from the United States, I told him, when I had to go, they sent me, I had to go to Nuke or something. And I told Nikolai, I said, don't let her off the long line because she will take off because she just always was following her nose. It's that Dotson thing. They got a stubborn streak in them, and sometimes they decide they're not gonna do what they're supposed to be doing. And uh, I came back and he says, I want to show you something. She was running around loose out in the yard and didn't run off. I don't know why I guess he messed with her a bit. And she loved him though. They hooked up the minute they met. And she didn't run off. Every now and then though, after that, she'd look at me when I told her to come and you could see the conflict going across her face. Like, do I come or do I take off because I smell something? Because her nose was always, doing something.
Yeah, Dachshunds are pretty good hunters.
Yep. They're very, they have very good prey drive
Yeah.
to the point of being a nuisance sometimes. Meaning that all they think about is eating.
Well, I saw this YouTube video quite a while back where they used them to, in the UK, And they would go to farmers' places and kill rats.
Yep, they're very good varmint dogs.
Oh man, they're fast.
And
They
they
just
were,
grab a hold of that rat and shake their
yep.
heads, and then they toss it and go get another one.
That's why I don't have mice in my house, because she eats them. You ready to come in now? Good girl.
Hello, Joyce. Hello, Denise. Hi, Sylvia. Hello, Chris. Hello, Robin. Hello, Catherine.
Good girl.
And everybody else.
She
If
came
I
inside.
missed you, sorry.
Hi,
Linda.
Joyce.
Hello, Willa.
Yeah, I know, Denise. That is very much correct. Because if they find a dog running loose, that is a stray, they just shoot them. And I know that sounds harsh, but that's the way it is here in Greenland, because they don't have the infrastructure for, or the money to be taking care of loose dogs. And it keeps suffering down to a low number, since, you know, when winter comes, it's very hard here. Usually when winter gets here, you start hearing foxes in the like down by the lake and stuff. You can hear them yipping. And sometimes you start, when there's snow been on the ground for a little while, you'll start seeing them. People would be posting pictures on Facebook of seeing foxes in their backyard and stuff, because foxes come to look for food just like ravens do. I know it sounds very cavalier of me, you know, but it's not that. It's just I've learned to be accepting of it, because there's nothing I can do about it, you know.
Is
I'm
it
not
because people don't spay and neuter their dogs, and so they're just
exactly. There's a lot, you're supposed to be spaying and neutering your dogs, and some people don't. And because they don't have someone policing it like they should, because they should be fining people or either removing the dog from their custody altogether.
well,
Because
they
you
don't
sign,
have a veterinary vet in that town, do they?
well, a veterinarian came here 2 weeks before Nikolai left, because we took Nora to see her, because she was way past due her vaccines and everything, because we hadn't had a vet in a long time, because the one we had died. And uh-oh, hang on a minute. I think I sewed this on the wrong side. Oops. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, so we've hadn't had one for about 4 years, because the vet we had, she died of colon cancer.
Right.
And they hadn't been able to replace her for a vet here. So the vet that came here 2 weeks before Nikolai left, she came from Nuke, because there's a veterinarian in Nuke, and she told me and Nikolai that she would be back here about mid-January. So I'm gonna take Nora back to see her to get her nails cut again, because we're working on getting them shorter. And she said something about she was going to try to start coming here on a regular basis, like every quarter or something like that, because people need to get their animals spayed, or the male dogs you don't have to neuter them, but the girl dogs, they're required to spay them. When I got Nora, there's a paper that you sign at the technic department, and it says you agree to spaying your dog and that you agree to not breed. And I'm one for, I never have been one. Just because I buy a purebred dog doesn't mean I plan on breeding her, because I don't. And so I don't have no problem agreeing to that. The dog I came here to Greenland with, she was already spayed. I had her spayed at 2 years old. Just because I don't believe in free breeding, if you're not going to be a registered dog breeder, why bother to do it,
Yeah.
Because there's
Well,
so many dogs without homes in our world.
I think they should do all the boys because it's a lot cheaper and
Yep,
easier to
I agree.
neuter a dog than it is to spay a female.
hmm I agree. I
So,
don't know why it's specified for just girl dogs.
yeah, I think if you had to pick one, I would just do all the boys.
Yep. An interesting thing,
Uh,
my last two male shepherds, actually all three of the male shepherds I had, um, and they were with females who were intact, and they were intact. But when a female came in to see, now my first mixed breed as an adult, I had her spayed when she turned 2, I think, and but that was before I got my first male shep, so she was already fixed. So when I got Smokey, um, they were bonded, but he never tried to do the male dog thing because dogs can smell when females are in heat, and so sometimes that tends to trigger their rudeness, so to speak.
yeah.
And he never tried doing that with her, and he never climbed the fence to go figure out where that female was he could smell. And my second dog, same thing. He never went wandering because every male dog I've had has had at least one or more females that were either fixed or not fixed in the yard, mostly fixed. And I guess having that female that was raised from a puppy up to an adult with that adult male dog kept them from wanting to wander off. Even Coda could have jumped that fence outside because it's only like a 3.5 foot fence. He never jumped that fence, and he was intact.
Huh.
He just wasn't one. But you'd see other male dogs chasing females through our front yard, and there would be big, huge fights over that female. But Coda would never jump over the fence. And I don't know if it's because of my training or because he had a female in, as part of a pack. I don't know. It's really hard to explain because a lot of people have, really have a lot of problems with their male dogs when there's females in heat somewhere in the neighborhood.
Right.
They will wander off so that they can go
Yeah.
procreate. But mine never did that. I tend to think it's something to do with my training them because I taught them never to leave the yard. Okay, let me see what I've missed in the chat. Sylvia says they are harvesting pomegranates. Shonda, did you come across any more specialty rulers? Laugh out loud.
No,
And then
no.
Robin says all three of her dogs are fixed. Joyce says, just curious, how much did it cost you to take your dog to Greenland? Oh my God. You just opened a can of worms. Okay, so here's everything you have to do to take a dog through Europe. You have to take your dog to the United States Department of Food and Agriculture to be tested for um, to locate if the dog has ever had rabies that's not from a vaccination, some kind of serum in their blood. And if they don't have the serum in their blood, then they issue a health certificate. So between the test was $150. The health certificate to travel was $100. Then I had to have her revaccinated since she'd been vaccinated earlier in the year, which was the usual time I always did it. But she had to have all her vaccinations, all of them, including rabies, done 10 days before, 10 to 15 days before traveling to Europe. So that was another hundred and something bucks. And then I paid $50 to have her on the airplane traveling with me in the front. So almost 500 bucks. And then when we go through Denmark, uh, they when I was going through customs, I'm going through there and they didn't stop me when I was coming through. And I went back and I said, don't you guys want to see all this paperwork I'm supposed to give to you on this dog? Because it's a ton of paperwork. And they were supposed to take half of it. And then the rest of it was to go to the Greenland department here when I got into town. And they're like, oh, but if I hadn't said nothing, I could have walked right on through. So I'm like, what's the day? If you're not so interested about how dogs are coming through, why you, yeah. Now with Nora and Coda, there was also requirements to travel within Europe, and the breeders took care of their end of it, and then I filled out paperwork for the Greenland part of it. So when I went through the checking through, getting ready to with Coda was flown here. I didn't have to go fetch him in Denmark. With Nora, I had to go fly to Denmark to get her. And so she flew up in the front of the cabin with me. And Coda had to be freighted because he was too heavy already. He's a big German Shepherd. I noticed that a lot more Greenlanders are getting smaller dogs. These big dogs that I see running around here. I've noticed that slowly I'm seeing more small dogs versus big dogs. Okay, so I have these sewn together right now. I'm going to go take these two and press them, and then we're going to sew it together. Then we'll sew all 4 quadrants together. And like I said, I'm glad I figured out what I did wrong. So, yep. Hey, Gladys, welcome, welcome. Joyce says, that's not too bad. For some reason, I thought it would be more than that. Yeah, it's not bad. Now, I've been thinking about because I still want another Dotson puppy, because she needs a playmate. And I've been thinking about maybe I can fly into Canada or something, and not this coming up year, but maybe when I come to the United, because I'm not going to get to go to the United States in 2026. So it's going to have to be 2027 when I come. So maybe by then I can find a puppy. We'll see. And I'll be able to fly back, because now I know what to do. And if I deal with the breeder will have to do a lot of the hard work part of it. Because they know because they sell puppies to people in Europe all the time. A lot of breeders do. And so they already know a lot of the laws, especially when it relates to the European Union. Because it's the European Union that makes the rules. Because I don't think I'm gonna get. I don't think I'm going to be able to get one from Russia, which is where I got Nora, because the sanctions are bad, and now I think they're about to put more sanctions that are going to make it even worse. Or so it's probably going to drive a lot of people that live in Russia into bankruptcy, that depend on overseas selling of things like dogs and stuff. When last I talked to Nora's breeder, she was in the middle of a divorce, and she thought she was already going to lose her business even then, because of between the sanctions and the divorce and everything else. And I haven't talked to her in a really long time, which is sad because she has really nice set of dogs. She shows some of them. They come from her bloodline is a working dog line. Anyway, we were talking about what Dachshunds were used for. They were used to hunt badgers originally. So some people over here on this side of the pond call them badger dogs. Yeah. In Denmark, they call them gravhunds, which means ground dog. And they actually have events where they have hunting events where the dogs hunt foxes. I didn't know this, but my dog can kill a fox by herself. She's strong enough to do that. She can physically pull a fox out of their den and do the deed. Because there's some hunting videos where you see that going on. I never realized they used them for that. I knew about the badger part.
My uncle had a pair of females, and he used to take them hunting with him all the time. And especially if he needed to
Yeah.
track a deer or an elk,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
yeah, man, they could go right through the woods or wherever he needed.
They love going through brush.
Yeah,
Even her, when she goes outside, she dives into the brush where you can't even see her. It's funny. And Ichi was the same way. She no fear about it. So that makes sense about the deer hunting because I think um, some of the deer hunters over here in Europe do use them for after they shoot the deer and the deers run off, you know, because it was wounded and it didn't drop when it was hit by the whatever they were using. They would use Dotson to go hunt it down.
yeah. We used to have, when Brad and I first got married, he had a pair of labs that were excellent trackers. And
Oh, cool.
people, if people couldn't find their kill, they would, come to him, and we would go track it down and make sure they got it. They were really good at tracking. I love Labradors.
I think Labradors are amazing too.
I actually would like
Brown.
um, a Labrapoodle, a
Mm-hmm.
poodle lab, because of the hair.
Oh, got you.
Be nice to have a dog that didn't shed.
So, Labradors shed quite a bit. I've never had
Hello.
them, so I don't know.
My labs didn't shed too much. But I had a rat terrier. That thing shed constantly.
Never
Oh
even met
yeah,
a
yeah.
rat terrier. I bet that was an interesting dog.
She was a good dog. Her name was Night.
I had a rat terrier mix, and yeah, she shed a lot. She actually had two coats, like this
Oh,
undercoat.
so they're double coated.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a normal terrier thing, but
I don't know if she had two coats or not, but it was wiry and it
yeah,
was so hard. I ended up getting her own couch because I'm like, you can't sit on my couch because I can't get I can't get the hair out of the material.
Mm-hmm.
right.
So I just got her own couch.
That's funny.
Hello, Bud.
Hi, Bud. Welcome, welcome. He's from Tuber Chat.
Hi, Jamie.
Hi, Jamie.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that's what I was gonna say, Jamie. She was corgi and rat terrier, and I think it was the corgi that had the
Yeah, the
double
corgis.
coat.
Yeah, it's a corgi, all right, because they're just you might as well call it the German Shedder. They're just like German Shepherds, shed that all hair everywhere.
Yeah, Jamie says he has a corgi, and he sheds another dog almost daily.
Yep.
I had a silky terrier one time, and I love that dog. But she didn't shed at all. They don't shed, so their hair is like people hair.
Yeah. Okay, now we can sew this bottom piece on, and then we're going to sew all four of these blocks together. And then after I get this done, then we're going to move on to the Tula pink stuff because I'm ready to sew some rows together for another block. But I'm glad I figured out what I did wrong on this. Made me feel better knowing it was something. I just misread something, and that's basically what it boiled down to.
Yeah.
I didn't read something correctly. Well, I was a little confused by one of the part of the directions, for cutting, and I'm like, why didn't they tell you to cut it in half? And then I got to looking at the two sentences below it, and I'm like, now I know why. Because
Oh.
those was supposed to be half square triangles where you saw them. It didn't tell you to do that. But when I looked at the little two sentences, I'm like, that's what I done wrong. And that explains why the measurements for these squares it was giving you, and it didn't tell you to cut them on the diagonal, because that's what was confusing me, because everything else was being cut either on the diagonal or on both diagonals. And then I realized that's where my mistake happened, and that's why these four quadrants are off by like a eighth of an inch. Why they're not lining up like they should. But that's okay. It's a good learning tool.
Joyce says she must have dog hair because she sheds.
Yeah. Do you have short hair or long hair on your head, Joyce? Because I can tell you can find my hair everywhere in our house.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's everywhere. Nikolai sometimes finds it because I wash our laundry in the wash machine. So sometimes my hair gets, left in the wash machine, like really long pieces of it. And then he'll get his underwear to put it on. He'll say, "Look at this. There's this long piece of hair caught inside of his underwear." Which I've experienced that because I find it in mine too.
Yeah, and it gets caught in your vacuum cleaner on the rollers.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes I find it on the counter in the kitchen, and I'm like, okay, great. Now I
Yeah.
wasn't deep touching my hair, and there's a strand of hair is.
But you can't help but shed. I think I heard a long, long time ago. I don't know if this is 100% truth or not, but it said that you shed 3% of your hair daily.
Wow, I didn't know that.
No, it's like at least 100 strands or something like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I don't know if it meant like just on your head or overall your whole body. I think it was like overall your whole body, 3% daily.
That sounds right.
I guess it's something you could look up.
Oh, so Joyce's her hair was short, but it was even like that when she had long hair. I don't I don't cut all my hair off. My mother did enough of that to burn me of wanting it short. She'd wait till our hair got down to our butts, and then she'd chop it all off and make us look like little boys. That was before they got in the church. After they got in the church, that stopped happening because you're not in the church. You weren't allowed to cut your hair.
Yeah, my mom used to give me those pixie. She called it a pixie cut, but it was because my hair used to like rat up in the back underneath because I have these little curls, back here. And so they would just always rat up. So my mom would just cut my hair. I used to have hair down past my derriere, but it gives if it's too long, it gives me a headache. So this is, I mean, my hair is still kind of long.
When my mom passed away, her hair was down to her knees.
I cut a couple of inches off the other day.
My hair is almost getting where it was last year. I think in about another couple of months, it'll be time for Nikolai to cut about 6 inches off of it again. Because the last time he cut it, it was down. It kept getting caught in between my My butt crack.
That's no fun.
Yeah, that's very annoying.
That would be really annoying.
Especially when you're going to the bathroom.
Yeah. I used to braid my hair before I went to bed because I didn't like sleeping on it. You roll over and you like pull your own hair.
Mm-hmm. I do keep my hair either braided or in a ponytail when I sleep because I don't want it on the back of my neck, getting all tangled up and everything. Right now, it's not in a braid because I've been keeping it in two braids even after Nikolai left, but I didn't feel like braiding my hair yesterday. Then I got up today and I'm like, I'm still not feeling it. And these blocks are so. I want to show you how off they are because of my mistake. Oops. Let me spotlight this camera so you can see what I'm talking about. And all four blocks are off in the same spot. Can y'all see right here? It's not quite a quarter of an inch off, but close. And all four of them right there on that side are off.
Oh,
So
See it?
that is all because of this right here.
yeah. So what are you going to do?
I think I'm wondering if I couldn't just like so since it's just off on this side, maybe I could just get this whole line lined up right here and do it on all four because this is the sides that's going to get sewn together anyway. I don't know how much that's going to mess things up because I have to be careful not to cut off that quarter-inch seam allowance right here. So I'm gonna just try to
Well,
trim it just enough to give, where even if I don't have quite a quarter-inch seam allowance, I can do like an eighth of a seam
Yeah.
allowance or something like that.
I would definitely just take a narrower seam. I wouldn't trim it.
Don't trim it.
I wouldn't trim it. I would just take a narrower seam.
yeah,
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
Because if you trim it, then your whole block is going to get smaller,
Yeah.
Not gonna,
And the way this looks, it's only on this right side, which will be the right side here, and then it'll be on the right side here, and same thing on this side. So when you take and push these two together, they line up. So you're right about that. I'm gonna go with what you suggested. Don't trim it. Okay, so we're gonna sew this first two together and see how it comes out. But I'm sharing this with you because I think it's a good learning tool. So instead of giving up and throwing it out, we're gonna go ahead and sew it together. Because I don't want to throw it out. Batiks are expensive.
yeah.
Hey, hi, Kathy. You know who? And then Jamie's in here.
I would measure it. Do you know what it's supposed to measure at?
No, I just know the final block will be 12 and a half. So I don't know what size the quadrants are supposed to be because it doesn't give you that information.
The math, right?
Well, half of 12 and a half would be 6 1/4, right?
Mm-hmm. But
Oh,
then you
let me
figure it would be 6 1/4 inch finished, but then you're not going to finish one side. So what's that, six
well,
and a half?
right now they're measuring it 6 1/2.
Yeah, it should be
Yeah,
6 1/2.
yeah,
Yep,
six and a
that's
half.
what it's showing, 6 1/2.
So you
So
Yeah,
so you'll just be a little scant on that
on
lower
this one
quadrant.
side, yeah, on that one side, yep.
And
yeah,
you could trim it to the 6 1/2. Um, that you could do. That might help even it up a little bit.
It might. Yeah, because
yeah.
I have the two squared up sizes or sides. At least do a little trim. I'm definitely going to have that narrow side though, for sure, because it's not going to have that 1/4 inch seam allowance on that one side. Why is that not laying down right? Oh, because
Yeah,
of
I just
that.
would make sure it's, 6.5 square and then work with it.
Okay, well, let me see here. If I can keep it to be still here. All right, let's just do a
Hello,
trim.
Kathy has faith. Hello.
All right. Just a tiny bit off. Let me look at these. Yep, these other ones. Let me see here. 6.5, 6.5.
And if you see me moving back and forth, I'm just making dinner.
Okay. What you having for dinner tonight?
Well, I'm finishing the dinner from yesterday.
Oh. Ah, you can blame that one on me. We were having too much fun last night. And I was talking somebody's ear off.
Fine. I would have started it earlier, but I was waiting for Adrian to bring me home the smoked meat that I needed from work. So
Do y'all follow American Quilting? She made a very easy and doable Southwestern block, Majestic Mountains, whatever you want to call it. No, I've never watched her. I have. This is the first I've heard of her, actually.
yeah, I haven't heard of her either.
Um,
Look at that, y'all.
Is that the one where is that the pattern where you make half square triangles and slice them up and then swap some of the pieces around and re-sew it back together? Is that the pattern? Who said that? I don't remember who. I didn't see who asked that. But
Joyce did.
I'm wondering if that's the pattern that you're talking about. 'Cause if it is, I've done a quilt pattern like that before.
Y'all don't forget to vote on the poll and look at the block, y'all. What do y'all think about
Oh,
that?
that's gonna look. That
Oh,
looks
very nice.
awesome.
So we're gonna
Very
go ahead and
nice.
that green really stands out, doesn't
It
it?
looks like it's
Oh, yeah, it
moving. It looks
does.
like it's spinning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be a cool looking block. I'm getting something to drink. That's why I got up and moved. Plus, I needed to stand up too. So, y'all, yesterday, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So, yesterday, y'all remember I said for 3 days in a row I've not had to take any traveling? Because my pain levels have been manageable. 3 o'clock this morning, guess who had to take some?
Oh, it hit you today?
Yep. It woke me up around between 3 and 4 a.m. And I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't take any more paracetamol or ibuprofen because I'd already taken it at midnight, and you have to wait 6 hours. And about I don't know, I let it go for about 45 minutes, and I'm like, screw this. So I took the medicine, and then 30 minutes later, I was asleep, and I managed to get some sleep. So I'm not in pain right now at all. And I was like this yesterday. I wasn't in any pain. Of course, I'm making sure that I'm taking my medicine every 6 hours, so it's not getting a chance to get out of control like it did that weekend.
Have you tried CBD?
Actually, the alternative you know how you can buy it in gummies?
Mm-hmm.
That works. But I cannot get my hands on it here
Yeah.
now because I used the alternative while I was in the States. You know, last year when I was in QuiltCon and stuff, I was
Mm-hmm.
using I was using then, and I wasn't having to take any Tradlin. And
Yeah.
I would rather do the alternative because there's just no chance of an addiction problem, you know?
It's unfortunate that, you know, they still rather you use a narcotic than a plant.
Yep, I agree with you. I would rather use the alternative because you know, these days they've got it so that you could choose what potency that's in a gel gummy or
Mm-hmm.
because I can't do it like tobacco because my lungs are gone.
Yeah, I don't really recommend that for people anyway.
Well, yeah, I think you just should save your lungs and not destroy them further. But anyway, the gummies are very um definitely work. And I had brought some home with me, but you can't make it stretch out no more than I had bought a lot of it to bring home with me. It lasted me 7 months, I think.
Will they let you
And they
ship it?
no, I don't know. I've thought about ordering some and have some a friend send it in one of my boxes to see if it gets taken because the way they pack it, it looks like food.
I mean, there's so many different gummy vitamins that are out there that are just legit vitamins that
Mhm.
I don't see how they tell the difference.
I don't either because as long as it's sealed, you shouldn't have no smell to it.
No, and the gummies don't have they don't really have a smell anyway. At least
No, they
not that
don't.
I've noticed.
Yeah, they don't. I know that I'm trying to remember the name of the company, the one that I bought because I got them in California. California had the town my daughter lives in. They had two dispensaries, and I had went to the one, never checked out the other one because when I walked in there, um, after you have to show your ID, and then they log you in and everything, and then someone comes and gets you to take you to a different room, and then they ask you some questions of what it is you are wanting to go that route. And when I told them, and I said I don't want to be high or any of that kind of thing, I just want my pain killed. And so she says, here's what you can try, and just start out with a half a dose and see what happens, and do it for a week, and then come back and talk to us. And so I did it for a week, and I went back and I told him what happened. She's like, okay, this seems to be the right dose for you, and it worked out really great. And I wasn't having the weird, you know, because when you smoke it, you have a different effect. Kathy says she's had at least 9 flare-ups with changes. Wait a
Because
minute.
the weather changes.
Yeah, the weather does affect me. Hey, Catherine. She says, no, you always compare the finished sizes. Huh?
She's talking
Well,
about how to do the quilt math.
yeah,
Oh,
But I think you can start wherever. I'm a math brain, so I can start wherever.
yeah. If you're going to start with unfinished, then think about it all the way through as unfinished.
Exactly.
yeah,
Yeah, just consistency.
because these blocks are actually technically 12 and a half unfinished.
Right. So it'd
Once I
be
sew it,
12
yeah,
finished. Yeah.
exactly. It'll be 12
So
finished.
it worked out the same. So
Yeah. And
just a
there's
different way of looking at it, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I try not to think too hard on that because it will confuse me.
Right.
Me and fractions get along really well. Math was my best subject. I'm not as good at it anymore as you get older. Like your brain just, you don't use it
Yeah.
as much. So I can't do math in my head as easily. I used to be able to just do most math in my head. Now I got to write stuff down.
Yeah. That's how I was too. And I took accounting in college.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I was pretty good at it. But like you said, as we get older, that if you don't use it, you lose it,
Yep.
I studied accounting. I didn't use it, but I studied it. And that's what my daughter is. She's studying to be an accountant. She
Yeah.
took her FARA exam.
That's a good job too. All businesses need accountants. And
She
there's
kind of
also
fell in my footsteps. I wanted to go into psychology when I was younger, but
Mhm.
the way my life was set up at the time, I already had a kid, and I was concerned about how long it would take me to complete my degree, which is why I ended up studying accounting instead of psychology. So my
Yeah.
daughter, she got her psychology degree with a minor in business, and then
Oh,
said, "You know
cool.
what? I'm going to go back and get the accounting degree." And so she went back and did that. So
That's
she's got
awesome.
a, I guess,
Um,
two majors and a minor, I guess.
oh wow.
So she thinks she's going to go back and get her master's just because she's having trouble entering the workforce. She's having trouble getting an entry level job in her field. So right now she works for a bank, but she's having trouble breaking into her field of study. So she was like, well, if I go back for my master's, they have all types of networking programs and I might have a better shot that way. So
Mhm.
she's thinking of going back for that.
So she's not going to use her psychology at all?
No,
Hey, Katie, you still have
Oh,
your thing
crap.
on big screen there.
Thank you for reminding me. You know me, I'm going to forget to turn that off.
Well, somebody in the chat mentioned it, so I didn't even notice it.
I didn't either.
She says if you find it's not legal, don't risk getting someone arrested. No, I would never do that, Denise. It would come from a state that it was legal. I just don't know what will happen once it hits overseas. I know Denmark has a company there that sells CBD oil itself. It's not put into food. I find doing the gummies easier on my palate as the versus dropping the drops behind my tongue because it kind of is a gross taste.
I make my own.
Oh, you take the drops and put them into food?
No, I take the flour and decarb it and put
Oh,
the oil
got you.
in and make my own oil. So you can buy CBD flour and flour,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll just well, I use the alternative, not the CBD. I'm
Mm-hmm.
just trying to be YouTube friendly. So I'll
Gotcha.
I'll get the alternative in flour form, and then I'll cook it, and then I'll put the oil in and cook it, and then I'll have my own oil.
I would research that about whether CBD itself shows up in drug test or not.
I believe it does.
I think that it does because it's
I'm
part
pretty
of
sure it
the,
does.
yep, because it still has some of the,
Cannabinoid.
um, yep. So if you drug test it on a regular basis, unless you can get your doctor to sign off on it, and then I don't think your employer can do anything about it if you're under the doctor's direction of it.
Well, it depends on your job, right? Because
Yep.
if you're doing anything that requires like a DOT physical or something like
Yeah.
that, it could still be a problem.
And it would also depend on the state too, or if it's a federal job,
Yep.
because there's the federal job part of it.
Yep. But I don't even know if most places don't. I don't even know how many people still test for that anymore. I know my job stopped testing for it because Wells Fargo. That's where I work for Wells Fargo, and they're based in California, um,
Yeah.
and so it's been legal in
California laws are
California,
different.
right? So when they develop HR policies, they can't develop a policy for California, but then have it different for other states. So they just stopped testing for that.
Huh.
I mean, I got tested for it when I started because I've been there for, almost 20 years. And so they were testing for it then, but they don't test for it anymore.
I used to work at a bank too.
Did you?
Uh-huh. Key Bank. Have you ever heard of that?
Yep, I sure have. Yep. I got into banking, like I went to community college and learned some skills and got into banking, and it served me well, as far as, not having because I didn't have a 4-year degree or anything like that, but I was able to use what I learned from my 2-year degree to go into banking. It's paid the bills and helped me buy a house and take care of my kids, so I'm not complaining.
What do you do for them?
I work in home retention, home preservation.
Oh,
I used to underwrite mortgages, so I used to be a mortgage underwriter.
mhm.
Um, but when the crash came in '08, they needed more people to do servicing because nobody was buying new homes in '08 with the crash, but a lot of people couldn't afford their homes and they were defaulting all over the place. And they needed people to help those people who had defaulted. And so now I'm on the servicing side. And so I work with defaulted mortgages. I work right now, I work with mediations, people who enter mediations.
Oh, okay.
So sometimes I have to go to court and stuff like that. And so sometimes I
I
talk
wo-
about stuff. I'm like, I got court today. And so they either think
yeah.
I'm a criminal or they think I'm a lawyer. No.
I was what they
One.
called a loan secretary,
Mm-hmm.
which was working with mortgages.
Yep.
And then I did that for probably 3 years, I guess. But I was like cross-trained over into doing the teller stuff. So I could help out over there if it was needed.
I never really got into the banking part. I only really did the mortgage part. Mortgages and loans, but I never really did like the banking part. They never trained me on that.
Well, then it was back when IBM came out with the new computer stuff,
Okay.
where you had the icons on your laptops or your computers,
That
stuff
one was
like that.
that the mid to late 90s.
Yeah. And so since I had taken computer classes and stuff in college, I applied for it. And I went over to the service department and we were taking all the loan documents and scanning them into the system so everybody could see the documents. So it was an imaging. So I became the department head in the imaging department. So I was
Yep.
like a network administrator is what I turned out to be. But which one?
I worked in that department for a while. This is a very, very, very long time ago before I got into the underwriting part. But what I used to do is I used to make them fix it before it was imaged. So I didn't do the imaging part. I would check the documents to make sure that they were accurate before they were imaged. And then if there was something wrong, then I would send them back to the loan officer to have them correct it.
Then I had to go around to all the branches and go through all their loan files and break them down and pick out the stuff that we needed to scan into the system. And I mean to tell you, I'm surprised that any of the banks uh, or the branches passed an audit. What a mess.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some of them were pretty good, but most of them, They
My
wouldn't
friends
have the
getting
time.
me, they keep trying to get me to work for the NC Commissioner of Banks. And I was like, I don't think I want to do that. I don't think I want to do the auditing.
Yeah.
Was it doing the actual auditing that you didn't want to do, or was it with people treating you like you're the bad guy that
I
you
think
didn't
that's
want to deal with?
for me, I didn't want to work in auditing because it's just a lot. I think
Okay.
I don't, I have to learn. I don't know at my age if I want to learn a whole new job.
Okay, got you.
Right.
And that job is more like I know my job so well. I know it so well that it's extremely easy for me. Like it is not a challenge. And I kind of like not being challenged at this point in my life. You know, for a long time I was always trying to go to the next level, go to the next level because I wanted to do more and I wanted more of a challenge. But now I don't want that.
Oh, wow. Jaja says her grandmother retired from Key Bank after 50 years.
Nice.
Huh.
That's very cool.
Yeah. Hello, Linda.
Hi, Linda.
Linda's trendy thread.
Banking is was a very friendly profession for women when
Yeah.
other professions weren't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one branch that I worked at, that was all they had was women.
Yep. It was very, if you didn't want to, if you didn't want to be a teacher, you didn't want to be a nurse, you could always go into banking and not be
Yeah.
harassed.
Girl, I gotta go see who's on the phone. I'll be right back.
Okay. Definitely have a slight mismatch on here, but I think it's still going to look okay despite all these flaws. But at least now I know where the mistake is at. The block is going to, I think y'all are going to love the block itself because it looks very cool. The picture, because they used those browns and tans, you couldn't really tell much about it. You couldn't see the movement, I don't think.
I don't know if it was your color choice or what, but the block literally looks like it's spinning. It looks great.
Yeah. Thank you. So a good choice of colors. Now I
Absolutely.
have a block.
I knew it was going to be a good choice of colors.
Now I have a block that has pink and green. I finally stepped over that threshold.
Denise wants to know if you think it's a good time to buy a house. I would think it depends on what state you live in.
Yeah, it depends on the state you live in, and it depends on what your long-term goals are. I mean, I just got lucky when I bought my house because I bought it in 2015, and if I had waited, I wasn't even looking to buy a house at the time. It just kind of happened, and I'm just kind of glad it did because if I had waited like a year or two, because my original plan was to wait a couple of years, and if I had done that, I would have been priced out of my market.
Mm-hmm. That's when we bought this house too, was 2015.
Now it's like, we're like if we want to move, it's tough because the rates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a 4%, it's not the best rate in the world, but it's better than the 6 or 6.5 you're gonna get today.
We noticed that I did that the bank here's interest rate is going to be down to 3%, I think, in a month or so. And it was talking about anyone who wanted to refinance their mortgage, now would be a time. But I think I haven't told Nikolai about it because I think I want to wait, because it also said in that same paragraph that there probably would be another rate lowering, and maybe we should wait till we see where it goes and then pull the trigger, because it would lower our mortgage payment if we did it.
For me to get a lower rate, the rates would have to go so low, and like so it would have to be like a it would be I mean I wouldn't really want that because it would be catastrophic for the country for the rates to go back down to 3.5.
Yeah, because right now we're paying 6% interest rate, I think, or 7. And
Yeah, I'm at 4.
and at the end of this month, it's supposed to drop down to 3%. But then they mentioned they would probably be another drop, and I'm like, well, why would I bother that if there's going to be another one?
Felicia, I am outside of Raleigh. I live in Clayton, which is right next to Raleigh and Garner.
Kathy says she got to meet Zaza in Scotland this October. She is a lot of fun. She would love the company. Kathy says it really was, and her husband was great too. She seems like such a really nice person. I watch her lives and stuff, and I love her accent. This is going to be a messy block, but I think it's going to be all right. You should see what it looks like on the back side of it. You can definitely tell where it's off at. But it's all good. We're coming along. I'm almost got it all pinned, and once I pin it, I can sew it. And there's a lot of thick seams. I will show you the back of it after I sew this last part, because you're going to see how many seams is involved in this block. It's crazy how much of them come to run into each other.
Did you
So there's like,
press them open?
hmm?
Did you end up pressing them open?
Yeah, I have a couple spots where I forgot to press them open, but most of it's pressed open.
Yeah, I always hated pressing open, but I have
I,
an affinity for it now. I do it a lot more often than I used to.
yeah, I love pressing open because my seams come together much better. I have tried doing the nesting thing and it's always off, and I have to go back and fix it.
I'm not a perfectionist really, so I don't care if they're off a little bit. In the grand scheme, I'm never gonna because most of my quilts, like there are some quilts that I make that I'm way more precise than others,
Yeah,
but there's some that like it's just not a throwaway quilt, but it's like I know I'm not keeping it. I'm not keeping it. I'm just making it for my mental health and because I like the colors, and so I don't care.
I'm not trying to make it perfect. I just want to, because I still, even if it's off like just a couple threads, if it's off like by a couple thread rows, is what they put it, I'll leave it alone. But if I can see an eighth of an inch between it, I'd probably go back and fix it because it would bug me.
Yeah, that, and that, and that's what I, and that's what I mean. Like sometimes, like if I know that it's a quilt I'm just gonna give away to a random person, then I don't really care. I'll just because I'm making it for myself. Anything that I make for myself, I seldom fix anything. But when I make something for someone else, I tend to be a bit more exacting. But that's the only time. So like that eighth of an inch, if I'm making it for someone and I know I'm giving it to someone, then I'm gonna fix that.
I don't think I have
Stuff I
one
make for me,
have flaws in it.
I don't care about the stuff I make for myself. Like I don't care.
All right, let's see what we got going on right here. Yeah, like right here, you're not going to see it in, and I'm not going to take it out because this one was already foobarred anyway. Right here is an eighth, it's almost an eighth off right here, but I'm not going to mess with it because when you come down here, this one's in line, this one's in line, this one's almost in line, and this one's pretty much in line. So I'm just going to leave it alone. I'm not going to, besides, this is one that has issues anyway.
I went back and looked at like one of my earlier quilts, and I was like, wow.
Yeah, it's funny how far we come.
Well, I was like, wow, this I don't think a single point was lining up in that thing. But I didn't recognize it at the time because like I said, I was self-taught and so I wasn't really paying attention to how things came out, I guess. I don't know, but it was
Exactly.
it was atrocious. It was atrocious, but it looked good to me when I made it.
Denise says, how are the children supposed to have places to buy or rent with the prices charged today? Salaries don't support those rates. You're exactly right, Denise. My son probably will never get to own his own property based on his little $12 an hour job.
No, I talked to my son about it, because he's
Yeah.
graduating high school next year. And I'm like, the world is different, kiddo. I'm concerned about you.
I remember when I had to get when I got when I left home and I knew that my folks wouldn't help with nothing because that's what my dad says when you walk out the door, that's the end. And I remember when I was trying to find a first apartment, and Florida is crazy. It doesn't matter where in Florida. It's worse in bigger cities or bigger towns and stuff. The rents there for a one bedroom apartment is astronomical. But in the town that we were living in, which only had back then had a population of I think 150,000, rent would be $650 a month for a one bedroom apartment on a minimum wage job. Back then, minimum wage would be $3 or $4 an hour.
I think my first apartment, I think my rent was $285, and that included the heat.
Yep. It ended up that I shared an apartment for a little while with someone else, and then when I ended up being by myself completely, I had to go the mobile home route because it was the only way I could survive. And when you have tornado weather, you have to get out of them. When I stayed when I rented that Airbnb in Lake City, Shonda,
Mm-hmm.
had to go through this area, and it's an area I guess I had never been in Lake City because I didn't recognize the road or nothing, so I had to use the GPS because I wasn't. And it was an older section of town where it was at. I passed by mobile homes that looked like they were 75 years old with big 85-foot oak trees hanging over the top of those six or seven, and people were living in them still. It was
People have no
crazy.
place to go.
Yeah, they don't. And the reason they're probably still living in it's probably all they can afford.
I know the first time I bought a house, I worked 3 different jobs, and my husband worked 2 different jobs so that we could save up enough to get the down payment. So, and that was back in
Oh,
90 or 89, 88, 89.
you shouldn't have to work
To
3
get a
jobs
house
to own
because I
a
didn't
house.
get a down payment.
I'm
I
just saying, I'm saying that, I don't, I don't know that times have really changed all that much,
No,
because
you
back
haven't.
then it was hard to buy a house too.
Yep.
well, I don't know. I would say no because the the cost of real estate has outpaced the cost of wage growth.
Yeah.
So like for me, I bought this house 10 years ago. It was $176,000. That was what it cost. Now this same house is $375,000 10
Yep.
years later. But so the price of my house has doubled. My income has not.
Right.
So
Yeah,
that's
that
what it is.
this house too. Like if I put this place on the market, it would be double or more. And there's
Right.
no way I could go buy something and get anywhere close to what this house is, for the size and all that crap. So,
There's a
My
housing
daughter,
crisis.
she makes, she's got an entry level job at the bank, and she probably makes about, with bonuses and stuff like that, she makes about 60 grand. Pretty decent salary for, someone only out of college for a couple of years. So that's not bad. But paying for her car, her insurance, her student loans, and
yeah, the list goes on.
I mean,
Okay.
she's fortunate enough she can stay on my health insurance, so that helps a lot. Them being able to stay on their parents' health insurance until they're 26, that's helped a lot.
She doesn't get health insurance through the bank?
She can get it through the bank. She would have to pay for it, but
Oh,
I get it.
Probably like
I do
Thomas
it through
can
me
afford it.
because my job doesn't charge based on how many children you have, right? So if I cover one child, it costs the same as if I cover five children.
um,
So since I still have
that
a
looks nice,
17-year
Katie.
old, that looks awesome.
Here, I'm going to spotlight it so everybody can see it better.
That came out so good.
I know, right? The color's really
And I
dark.
know it's more purple than what it looks like, but
Yeah, because if I put it under the other camera, it does show up differently. It looks blue in this camera. You know what? Let me switch cameras real quick so y'all can see the difference between how my cameras see my block. The phone camera is showing it more accurately. And here it is under the camera. See, you can actually see the purple.
I mean, it
Wait a
looks
minute.
good either way, though. I really love it.
Chris says that block turned out great. So pretty. Very nice block, says Kathy. And hi, Marion. Just good to see you. She says, so pretty. So there it is. That is Triangle Rama, block number 21 of the 1000 block, or out of the 1000 block book. And you were worried
Awesome.
about the colorway, says Chris. Yeah, I was. I wasn't sure about this green. That turned out beautiful, says Sandy.
Yeah, I love that. I love how that block turned out.
And Jamie says it looks purple to her. Jean says, wow, stunning. Kathy says it is interesting how colors show up. Yeah. And then, hi, Felicia. Felicia says your quilt block looks beautiful. So there you are, block number 21. I think this, I love how you can see there's what looks like a pinwheel, kind of. Do you see it?
Yeah.
That, like a big, the pinwheel like this. And the pinwheel in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely lots of
That came out
movement.
great.
Yeah, it did. I'm super happy with it. But now at least I know what mistake I made, and the mistake started right here. That's where it started, and it made everything else going out be off.
It happens.
Yep, stuff happens. That's right. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is go ahead and start working on my dragon fruit. Y'all saw, oh, and I need to turn this off right here. All right, back to the dragon fruit that I was working on and off for the last 2 weeks. Here is the first block I made the other day. And now we're going to work on the same block again. And I've got it partially sewn together. So we're going to do that. Let's get this done. Okay, so because I ended it the other day because I had been on a long time and it was time to get off. And so I had started pinning the two together. So we're going to get this one done and then I'll start the third block because I have to do 4 of these. Hey, Sandra. Let me see. What can we talk about? Well, I can mention about the poll. If you didn't notice the poll up above, it's another new word. What does runcible mean? And the options were the act of running, the fear of water, a type of spoon with 3. Uh-oh, that sentence didn't. Oh man, it has 3 bends. It's a type of spoon that has 3 bends in it, and that's what that was supposed to say. I don't know how come it got cut off. And then the fourth one was the study of ancient languages. And currently we have 24 votes, and 25% voted on the act of running, 4% has voted on the fear of water, 58% has voted on a type of spoon with 3 bends, and 12% has voted on the study of ancient languages. So we're going to keep letting this go until it's time to go. And we've been an hour and a half into the live now. So we're doing good. It took me that long just to do that block. I am such a slow sewer. Kathy wants to know what
you're like multitasking, you know, give yourself credit.
Kathy wants to know what you're working on, Teresa.
I'm going to cut some more fabric for my 3.5-inch square quilt. So you just cut up a bunch of 3.5-inch squares and sew them all together.
Oh, so you're making a patchy block, a patchy
Yeah,
quilt.
patchy quilt. And I'm just kind of doing like a, this is going to be a light blue or teal colored quilt. And I got that many cut up so far.
Oh, those are nice colors, Teresa.
But I need some more, so I'm going to cut up some more fabric.
That sounds like a good plan to me.
So it'll be, remember my red and gray one?
Yeah.
It'll be like that one.
Do you have it where you can show it to them?
Well, the red one is on my bed, so, but I do have a block here that kind of shows you. There we go.
Oh, that's pretty. I remember you doing that.
Great.
That's gonna look good.
So
Real.
this one will just be, yeah, teals. Light blue, some kind of with a little bit of blue-green.
Say for a specific person or purpose, or you just
No,
sewing
I'm trying to, use up fabric.
Working
And
for
I
yourself.
want to make easy blocks. Something easy, just sew, no half square triangles, no.
Just something simple that you don't have to think about.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about.
And I really like the look of just an easy patchwork quilt,
Me too.
it looks really good on the bed.
I think that's why I'm enjoying doing the channel sew because we're just doing kind of squares and things. Well, there's hourglasses, but the rest of it's just squares.
And I'll have to, oh, I thought I had in my notes about it in here and I don't see it. Let me look through The quilt turned out to be like 96 inches square.
Chris wants to know how many 3-inch blocks is in your box.
Yeah, I don't know.
And Sylvia says the potato chip block, so she likes that one. And then Kathy says, I am not real fast at quilting yet. I feel like a bit of a newbie at almost 4 years. However, I have moved into more complex quilt. Yeah, I am the same, Kathy. I still don't consider myself to be beyond a beginner. Maybe an advanced beginner, not an intermediate yet. Because there's some things I still don't know how to do. And I'm not being hard on myself when I say that. I just being, I guess, realistic, because really there is things I actually don't know how to do yet. Uh-oh.
Okay, so I found my little note. Okay, so if you want to make a quilt that is 96 by 96, you need 1,024 3.5-inch squares.
How many?
1,024.
Wow.
That's a lot of damn squares.
Yeah, that's a lot of squares. And I do not know how many squares I have in this box. So I did have them counted up at one time. And then I gave, or I started and I gave up. So I'm not sure if I'm going to, well, I probably am going to have to count them again, but so I know that I have at least enough, right?
Yeah.
I know right now I don't have enough.
So, Katie, it turned out I was wrong. The socialites, the very first one, I did the 3-inch blocks.
Oh, okay. So you did the small one.
And I think that's why I didn't finish.
Yeah, I think I have 2 or 3 of the 3-inch ones I did, and then I think I did a couple of the 6-inch ones. Then something happened where I probably went out to the United States or something, more than likely, since I tend to go in the fall or the spring, or late winter. I mean, I have to say that I was skeptical about how this quilt, how this skeptical about some of this Tula pink fabric in this quilt pattern, but it's growing on me.
I love it. Those colors are right up my alley.
Yeah, they're coming. I'm getting used to um, when you're cutting the fabric, you're like, gosh, that's not very pretty to me. But I have to remind myself it's doing nothing but batiks, batiks. And my love affair with batiks are a lot different than cotton or regular cotton. I mean, there is so many seams. Oh, I forgot to show you the back of that other block, the one I just finished. Look at the back of this.
There you go.
Look at all those
Oh,
seams.
nice.
There is a ton of them.
Kathy, yeah, I broke it down. I made blocks that had 16 squares in them. And then I just put all the squares together. That made it easier than you know, doing the whole row. Don't ask me how many squares I had because I don't remember. But yeah, so yeah, I broke it down, did these blocks that had 16 squares in it. And when I put it together, I tried to do light, dark, light, dark, light, you know, dark, light, like that. So it was kind of like a checkerboard. And that's what I'm going to try and do with the blue quilt or the teal quilt.
I wonder who designed the dragon fruit pattern.
Well, Kathy, it is 96 inches square. So some people consider that a king size and some people consider it queen. I have a queen size bed and it goes over quite a few inches along the sides and the front, you know, the top and the bottom of the bed. So I have so I think it would fit on a king size too. And I would probably have a little bit of drape, but right now I have a lot of drape. I want to say probably 15 inches all the way around, at least. But I'd have to go measure it to be sure. But there's quite a bit of drape over. So in the book, let's see what the book says. The book probably says that's a queen, but
Oh boy. We have, at least that doesn't have to line up with something.
let's see. Okay. If you're going to use it as a comforter, then the book says it's a California king.
Hi, Andrea.
Um, yeah, I would say it's a king size.
So you will have nice drape over the sides.
Yeah, you have a lot of drape.
Can
I
you
made
push it?
I made that quilt square because I didn't want to mess with which way the quilt goes on your bed, you know. So I can throw it on there any old way and it's gonna all be the same. You know what I mean? Because it's square. Doesn't matter. So the one I'm working on now is going to be the same size as the red quilt. Okay, I think I got all the questions. Hi, Andrea. Thank you, you guys. Okay, gotta turn the iron on.
I think Nora still has an upset stomach from her little escapade yesterday.
Oh, I'm sure.
She knows I'm still upset with her too, I think, because she's been behaving, if you noticed.
What was she eating? Do you know?
I have no idea what she found over there to eat. The weather was so bad and I was so aggravated and upset. All I could think about was once I found her getting both of us back in the house. Because
Yeah.
when the wind's like that, it makes it hard for me to breathe. It's crazy outside, y'all. There's been flooding in most every town in South Greenland right now because we've had high tide, and this wind is driving the water apparently too. So it's water's been rising down at the harbors of all the. So it's been us, Narsok, Nanodalik, and Pamut. So all of us down here in the south, there's been flooding going on because it's pulling the ocean water up onto land because the wind is so strong with that high tide. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about my house getting flooded. And most of the flooding that's happening will just affect businesses down there more than it'll affect someone's house because there's really not any houses that close to town or right there in where town square is at. But it's weird when you see the water almost all the way up to the fish market. I've never seen that in the 14 years I've lived here. So the wind is definitely causing a lot of it. It's like we have this mini hurricane that probably is maybe a cat one, maybe cat two, and it's just sitting there doing nothing but blowing. I have to be real careful about my seam allowance on this because there's 3 points on here and 2 points are on one side and the other point is on the other side. So I won't be able to see where the needle goes on that side. And I just bent another pin. That sounds yucky, Katie. We have a lot of wind too. Yeah, it's let me get the bot to talk to us about the weather here and see what it's saying. Because according to my laptop, we're still sitting at 44 degrees. Yesterday it was 45. And the day before 45. And the day before that day. And the day before that day. It's crazy.
It was almost 80 degrees here today.
Oh man.
What
Like,
happened?
I think it got up to like 75.
Really?
Wow.
Nice. We had like, it was under 50. I know that. It's beautiful. It looks beautiful, but it's crisp, crisp and cold.
Kathy, right
It
now I'm
does.
just doing some cutting. She wanted to know what I was working on because she couldn't see my fabric. So I just been cutting at the moment, but I'm about to start sewing.
It's not saying how much, what the speed is for the wind gusts that we're getting slammed with. It's just saying wind at 18 miles an hour, but the gusts are way stronger than that. We have a humidity of 47%. It's not cold, Cappy. It feels like it feels like the garden spot right now. I know y'all think that's cold. It's not cold.
That's cold for me.
It feels warm to me.
What's the temperature?
Huh?
What's the
Said
temperature?
45.
44 degrees right now.
Oh,
It's the garden spot. We're having a heat wave.
What do I type in? Just weather?
Be right back. Amazon just delivered my ice maker.
I have literally adapted to here. Now, if that wind was coming from the north, you would hear me really griping because when it comes from the north, it's freaking cold. But this is coming from the south. I'm wondering if it might not be the remnants of that hurricane, that Cat 5 hurricane.
I have 41 degrees.
So you're not far from me then.
Yeah.
So you might have frost on the ground in the morning if the wind's not blowing.
Yeah, we did this morning.
There's no chance of any frost here. All that little dusting of snow that we got, it's disappeared 2 days ago.
It says
our lake.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one.
Go ahead.
Humidity is 59%.
Wow. So you're a little more humid than me.
And the wind is blowing at 2 miles per hour.
Oh, a light wind.
Yeah, light wind.
Weather in Elk City. Where's Elk City at? What's Indiana?
Idaho.
ID is
Idaho.
Indiana.
Idaho.
Got ya. And then Newcastle, Wyoming is got 34. Oh, you are colder than us. And they have 17-mile-an-hour wind from the north-northwest. Yep, that'll make it feel cold. Now look at here, little miss. No. Okay, we got that third piece on here. I'm gonna check it before I go to the iron to make sure everything's lining up. Look, y'all, it's lined up again. I have number 2 done. Let me go press it. While I'm pressing it, I was going to talk to y'all. I've reset the date for that giveaway for my 5,000 K milestone that I get weeks ago, but I had to postpone it because of what happened with my health. It's scheduled for November the 29th. And those of you that filled out the form, I'll be putting your name on the wheel and we'll do the drawing during the live. And there'll be because I'm giving away 6 gift cards. And so I had already closed the signing up for it. And I think we had 56 people who signed up, something like that. So I will make good on my promise to take care of that. Now, my next thing is I've been thinking about what I want to do for the New Year's Eve live. I think I'm going to do around 6 again. Since I can't mail anything out right now, until I figure it out, I'll probably do 6 gift cards again. Ouch. Iron is really hot. The question I guess I have based on when we do the next one, I had asked if anyone bought those that do just crafty stuff. They don't sew or they don't, well, crocheting could come in this category. If you do any online shopping for yarn or crafting supplies, can you send me an email and hang on a minute? Send me an email of the online shops you shop at and I'll go have a look at them. Because maybe I'll incorporate at least one company that has gift cards. And so if you happen to be a crafter, not a sewer, then you can choose that company.
Something like Michael's might work.
I checked. Michael's doesn't have gift cards. Or is it Hobby Lobby that doesn't?
It's got to be Hobby Lobby. I'm pretty sure Michael's has gift cards.
Okay, I'll look into the Michael's one because I forgot about them.
I'll check for you.
Okay, because I would like to add at least one, take one of those and change it to a craft store. That way it includes everybody in the, because I got Walmart on the, I'll have Walmart on the list, Amazon on the list, and then there'll be Fat Quarter Shop, Missouri Star, and Cotton Cuts, and one other one. It was Shabby, and I could take one of those off.
Yeah, Michael's definitely has gift cards.
Okay.
I think I only know that because I think sometimes like if you return something at Michael's and you don't have your receipt, they'll give you a gift card.
Oh, okay. Got you. I was surprised Hobby Lobby didn't. But they don't even have an online shop.
They're family owned, so.
Oh, is that what? Maybe?
No, they got gift cards now, Katie. I don't know if they're digital though. Let me see.
Well, I was looking for digital.
Yeah, that's what I'm checking.
I can't do physical because that means I would have to buy it. Someone would have to go buy it for me and then mail it for me, and I don't want to do that. It's much easier if I can just do it myself and then it's done. Here's the second one. These are gonna be so cool.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Andrews, how about Annie's? I hadn't even thought of it. I hadn't even thought of Annie's.
Yep, Annie's works.
Let me write down Annie's and Michael's. So if you had to choose between Annie's and Michael, you crafters, which one would you choose, Michael's or Annie's? I'm not going to do a Etsy thing. I've had bad luck with Etsy.
With Annie's, the only thing with Annie's is I have to wait for like some kind of shipping discount because their shipping is atrocious.
Oh, you mean when you order it from online?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. Hirschner's, yeah, Hirschner sells yarn, and they're a good company. I've always had good luck with Hirschner's.
Yeah, and Hirschner's does shipping discounts often. Their shipping
Yeah.
is kind of high too. But
Oh,
yeah,
we have-
Hirschner's is good. I don't know what crafty stuff they have because I'm only ever looking
yeah,
at
it's
like
just yarn and stuff like that mostly. And then we have Michael's, which is crafty stuff, and Annie's with a problematic shipping. I want to keep it as easy and simple as possible for sure. Okay, we're going to start on block number 3. Now I got 2 of them made. Okay, let's get this thing laid out. But mark your calendars about the giveaway, which is November the 29th. Also, I'm having a 12-hour live on New Year's Eve. And any of you who want to come on is speaking of that, if you are a YouTube creator, I would love to just have you hop on and talk about your channel for 5 or 10 minutes. And then if you want to stick around, you can. But if you don't want to, you don't have to. And my 12-hour live will be the open door again, where you come and go as you want. Because I know you're going to want to go watch other people's lives as well, which is fine. And just so you know, I will since Thanksgiving is on a Thursday, I will still be having my live on Thursday. So any of you, I know so I pretty much expect that I probably won't have very many viewers, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because there's always the replay. I probably will do like some quilting or something like that, maybe. I don't know. I haven't decided what I'm going to do on that Thanksgiving day one. I'm trying to make sure I don't put these blocks in the wrong spot. This thing's got I knocked something off on the floor, and so they got into a bit of a trouble. Okay, so now what we're going to do is I'm going to take these off because I just need one set. Oh, that's already one. Okay. Okay, now next thing I got to do is pull off the quarter seam allowance part off of here, which is a little bit annoying. This Abvest thing is driving me crazy. I thought I shut it off and it keeps popping up anyway. What happened with Jaja? She says, I just want to complain for a minute. This lady I met on YouTube chat, not in real life, she is so rude and negative about my quilts and projects. I want to block her, but I feel bad when I block people. Jaja, if she's harassing you, you need to block her. You don't need any of that negative stuff. And that's just plain outright rude, her treating you that way.
Yeah, I would block her.
I would block her behind.
Hi, Crafty Witch.
Hey,
How's it
Andy.
going?
Glad to see you here. Speaking of Andy, next Tuesday is our once a month crochet again. Shonda, are you looking forward to it?
I am.
It'll be us girls again, sewing. Not sewing, sorry. Crocheting. But also, Andy has agreed to come on a live to sew, and she'll be coming on the live on November the 20th. So that'll be the following week. Yeah. So she'll be
I didn't know she sewed.
She has a sewing machine.
Okay.
So it'll be fun. She sewed with me, I think, one other time so far. Do you hear this dog complaining? She's complaining because I'm ignoring. Really?
She heard you talking trash about her. She didn't like it.
She knew I was upset when I wouldn't let her come to my bed last night. She scared the tar out of me. Little turd. And you know, she's black, so you can't, when it's so dark outside, you can't even see her. I guess I need to get a glow in the dark collar. No, get in your bed. You've already been outside. You have water. You've been fed. Unless you're griping because you don't have your ball. Do you want your ball? I don't know where your ball. If you don't quit hopping on me like that. Come on. No ball and no treats for her to chew on. because we finished off that last apple. Looks like she's going to go look for her ball. Hi, Lori. On my channel, oh, she has a channel. I didn't know Linda had a channel. Linda, can you share your channel link, please? Type exclamation selfie. Same thing with you, Andrea. Share y'all's channel. Y'all are welcome to share your channel anytime you're in here. Exclamation selfie. And I need to visit Linda's channel because I didn't know she had a channel. Please share your channel. That way I can go pay it a visit. I have a premiere on Monday of how to turn on your closed captioning when you're setting up your live in YouTube. It will premiere at what time did I set it for?
I think it was 1:30.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, which would have been 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. Andy says she has subbed to your channel. Thank you, Andy. I love this community, even the ones who are not quilters, because this community is great about subbing to each other's channels and going and watching videos. And you make new friends. What in the world? Oh no.
Uh-oh. What?
I just found a block that's not right. Oh crap. That means I have to make that one.
Not again.
Hey, with me, you never know when I'm going to make a mistake, and I do it on a regular basis. And I don't have the fourth block. Oh my God. Really? I guess I won't be sewing this whole block together. Well, dang. That means I have to make this one.
Bummer.
Very much a bummer. All right, let's set this aside. I have to make this replacement block. Look, there's no seam allowance.
Oh.
When I trimmed it, I trimmed on the wrong line.
Yeah.
And that pretty much took that block out. I'll use it as a scrap block to go on the back of her quilt. I'll probably maybe cut it or something and turn it into something. Piece it. Okay. Well, back to the drawing board.
Man, that sucks.
Yes, it does, but it's okay. I figured I was going to make a mistake sooner or later with something because I sure had lots of fun making mistakes at the first set of blocks. Just saying. Leave it up to me. I will do it. Okay. We need this is a economy block. So we need to pull up. Good thing I still have. I should have some leftover paper. Yeah, right here. I was about to say, wait a minute. What's going on here? All right, so let's make a new block. Move these out of the way. Well, maybe we already got one prep, so let's set this aside for right now because I was going to use this as a tutorial, but not now. All right, let's get this done. At least I have everything pre-cut out. I'm still going to have to make another block so that I can do fourth block, but at least I can go ahead and get this done tonight where we could try to sew the other together. At least I hope so. All right, I need my glue stick because I'm going to glue this in the middle. Start with this one.
Norma.
Nora, go lay down. Go get in your bed. Bed.
She has something to say.
Yes, she does. She's been, quiet a lot, but today and yesterday, she was a little bit more vocal than usual. Where did I put my ruler? Oh, there it is. And I need my rotary cutter. Okay, let's get this 1/4 inch seam allowance trimmed on here. Remember that other block, that one of the other blocks where I chopped off the whole side of one side? Remember me doing that? Chop. Epic fail. No.
It happens.
Andy's saying woof. She's definitely letting herself be known tonight. Here comes the whining. The first time she did that, right after I brought her home, I noticed she was vocal in the hotel because she would chirp. She chirps a lot like a bird, but when she's chirping, she's happy. This that you're hearing now is her telling us she's not happy.
Yeah. What's the matter, girlie?
You can tell by the sound of it that she's not happy.
Yeah, she's not happy. She's like, you're ignoring me, and I'm going to let you know about it.
She's like, Dad's not here. You're busy. What about me?
Exactly. It's like, what about me? What about you? Sorry, Charlie, but I'm busy. Okay, we're going to use this. All right, so I'm doing the next part of this economy block. We're going to sew these half triangles on, and I'm going to start with 2 sides and just pin them. And because this paper is fixed in such a way, and these the way she had you cut them, you'll be able to trim them without worrying about if the point don't exactly match. Because when you trim it, it will.
Has she had dinner yet?
Yes, and she's probably thinking she should get more, but she's not getting more. She probably thinks she's still got to eat. No, you shouldn't have went outside last night and filled your belly up like you did. Now you're expecting more food. So what happened last night was I let her out to go do her business. This was right after I shut down the live. Or when I finished talking to Shonda anyway. So Shonda was already off. And I had opened the door to let her out, and all I wanted to do was go do a bio break too. And when I come back out, she hadn't come back in. Look, Andy's been with a member of the channel now for 5 months. Yay! Anyway, so when I walked out the door to call her, I didn't see her and she didn't come. It took me 15 minutes to find my dog. And come to find out, she'd slid over to the neighbor's house and they throw their food outside on the ground. And so she was just chowing out. I don't know what she was eating, but her belly was all bloated. So this morning, early in the morning, which she doesn't normally go to the bathroom, I had the unwelcome sight of finding something on the floor this morning. She was sick on her stomach. No. but she's scared the living daylights out of me because all I could think of is maybe the wind, the gust of wind had scared her and she went running. She's not a fraidy cat. She's not afraid of anything. But the way that wind was blowing last night and the way it is today, it wouldn't take much to even scare a human because all it takes is a big gust of wind and something go flying through the air, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, and I need to change my foot. Let's go to, I don't know, I hadn't seen Rita tonight. I hope she's all right. She usually comes to the lives. Unless she's having internet trouble. Anybody seen Rita today? Do you watch the Huskies videos of them whining? Haha, so funny to me. I watch a few dog videos. Denise says, does she want food? Probably. Probably. I don't know. Let me see if I can drag some berries out of the freezer. Stop. Be right back. We'll get her some berries. That is if I have any berries. Oh, those are strawberries. Strawberries.
Hello, Liz.
There are no berries, young lady. Only strawberries, and I'm not feeding you that. Not frozen.
Hello,
Blueberries.
Jason. Hey, Liz wants to know if you print your own copies for the FPP.
No, this came in the kit. It came in this kit. It was a month Fat Quarter Shop's monthly sew along. So that when I on the first month they sent a bunch of things. They sent the month one stuff along with all the paper piecing that goes with this. And then each month it's been fabric, but now I got the whole kit together now. So all of the paper came in it. But I hadn't thought about scanning any of it. Could do that. Then I would have 4-inch ones.
Yeah, just in case you needed it.
Yep, because there's a potential for me to run out. That's actually a good idea. I should scan some. Get in your bed. You need to move. I need to put my foot on the pedal. And you're right in my way. Your tongue is cold, Nora.
Because you gave her cold berries?
No, from being outside. It's,
Oh.
you know, she comes in sometimes with cold tongue and cold ears. No, the only berries I have in the freezer are strawberries, and I think those are a little bit difficult to eat because they're bigger. How about some peanut butter? Nope, no peanut butter. Just moved.
Well, if she still has diarrhea, rice
Yeah.
would be good. Rice would be good.
Yeah, it would. But I would have to stop the live to go make rice.
Yeah.
But I think she's just got an upset stomach and she thinks she's supposed to be eating when she doesn't. Normally we have treats that we special kind of treats that we order from Nuke that have their salmon and blueberry treats for dogs. But I ran out.
When my dogs have a upset stomach, I give them a little bit of pumpkin.
I wonder if there's any pumpkin. There might be some pumpkin up at the store. I should look because she actually likes pumpkin. That seam was really wide. Why was it so? Probably because I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to fix something here. I could give her another egg and that might appease her. Actually, that's a good idea. Let me give her another egg. Want an egg? Wait. Go. You know, Nora's funny how she opens the egg. She cracks she takes her teeth and she puts like a small hole. She makes a hole just big enough to stick her tongue in it. Then she gets it all the goodness out of it first. Then you can hear her go crunch, crunch, crunch. Yeah, she has an upset stomach because she ate food from someone's yard when she disappeared on me last night. The neighbor throws food out in their yard. So this morning she had a mess in my foyer.
They shouldn't be allowed to do that with a polar bear population.
More like fox problems. We don't have polar bear
Or
problems.
fox or
Yeah. And I'm sure if somebody said something about it, they would probably scold them. Stop doing that. You don't want to be feeding the fox. I'm not sure if it's the daughter that throws it out or if it's the mother that does it. It's one of them. Because I've seen them throw food out there. I've seen food on the ground over there before. And normally she doesn't even go over there, so I don't know what possessed her to do that. Unless she caught a smell of something.
yeah,
You probably got a whiff of it.
She must have, and she just followed her nose. She's like, that smells yummy. Let me go check it out. And more
Like,
than
mom,
likely, whatever
she's like,
she
mom
ate,
isn't watching.
yeah, and probably whatever it was probably something from nature. Maybe like lamb, because lamb has its own little aroma when you cook it. And we're always being really mindful of because when you're walking to the store, you'll see food on the ground. It's so strange. Like the other day, someone had eaten an apple, so they threw the top half of the apple on the ground. And of course, she caught the smell of it. And I'm like, nope, you're not eating that. Because she would eat it. No, and you know how dogs are. Dogs will eat anything just about.
Yeah, they are not. What's the
They're
word?
not selective at all.
Discerning. They're not picky.
Nope. And if they don't eat it, then they want to roll on it. She eats a whole egg. Denise, she's on a raw dog diet or a raw way of eating for dogs, meaning she eats like if she was in nature. So everything is not cooked. So she gets raw meat, raw eggs, all of it. And the outside of the egg has calcium, which dogs need, and it contributes depending on how much bone I give her. The additional egg gives that added little hump to that.
They even say, like, for people, if you want some like the best bioavailable, like calcium and stuff like that, and when you crack your eggs, wash your eggshells and then dry them out in the oven and grind them down to make your own.
I wish I could find a bone grinder where I could grind bone of the bigger bones so that I can like make smaller sets of them because like lamb bones will be this long and she's too small of a dog to give that much bone to. Not without making enough meat to go with it, which would be way too much food. And you can tell by the stools whether you're giving enough bone or not enough because it will show it. And I bet y'all don't know this, and I know this is a strange subject to be talking about, but dogs on raw food do not have near the excrement that dogs do eating kibble. It's like cut in half.
That's because they can't digest corn.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah, well, that makes perfect sense.
Yep, dog food has too many things that dogs should not even be eating.
We can't digest corn either.
Oh,
know.
you know what? The only thing that corn is good for is quick energy, nothing else. It
Doesn't
doesn't
make you fat. It's good at making you fat. It'll do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not there's no nutritional value to it at all. People like to feed pig or finish off their pigs with corn because
Yeah.
supposedly it's supposed to sweeten the meat, which I don't see how that happens, but okay.
The only thing I really like made with corn is cornbread.
Yeah, I love cornbread too.
I love corn in
That's something
general.
I don't have access to here.
Cut corn, cornbread, all the corns.
Yep. And I love corn actually, but it's just no value to it.
Yeah, it's delicious, but
And it's like on the top of do not eat on keto. Corn is like, no. The forbidden grain. Because
Hello,
it's
Sean. How are you doing?
who just came in? Oh, hey, Sean.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, we lost Sean. Oh, it's second camera. Okay. She's trying to get her other camera up.
That's funny. Denise's dog won't eat the egg white. That's funny.
What?
You mean
Really?
won't eat the egg white if it's raw or cooked? That's weird. But now some dogs probably won't if they're not raised on it. This dog, from the minute I brought her home with me, she automatically was put on raw. And when I talked to the breeder told me she was already feeding Nora raw before she sent her to me, because apparently she feeds her dogs raw. So when she weaned her off her mama, it was automatically raw food. See, I don't know if you've noticed in a lot of the videos and pictures of Nora, her coat is super shiny. Nope. Nope. You can argue with me all you want to. You're not going to get nothing. Sorry. Someone's, I don't remember whose live it was. I think it was Williams, one of the women that was up on the screen. You could hear her dogs yipping at her in the background. They were being very boisterous last night. Sometimes dogs just want to be heard, I think. With diverticulitis, you can't eat corn, seeds, and nuts. That's right. I'm glad I don't have that. I have a friend that does, and there's a lot of things she can't eat because of it. Okay, we got one more set of half triangles to put on, and this block will be ready. And then maybe we can put this next set of blocks together. 39, 30, so 2.5 hours.
Yes, Denise, I love potatoes.
I do
Oh, yeah.
too.
I like them any way you want to cook them.
Yeah.
But my favorite is probably fried potatoes.
I like stewed potatoes.
Denise, that is about meat making them mean. That's one of those misnomer things. It I had Coda and her in this house on Raw. They never fought over food. Now sometimes he would eat all of his food first before she finished something, and he'd go try to stick his nose in her bowl, and she'd snap him on the nose, and he'd walk away and leave her alone. It doesn't make them aggressive at all.
I mean, my mom and my aunt, they have two dogs from like I think they have the same father, or I
Mhm.
can't remember if they have the same father or the same mom. But when they get together, if one of them finishes their food before the other one, and they don't eat raw, they little POS dogs that just eat kibble, and they'll fight over food, and it's not even meat. So I think it just depends, on the dog.
Yeah. When I
But yeah, I
first
think
brought,
it's
yeah, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say when I first brought her home, I had concerns about Coda, because he had been about 18 months without Ichi, so he had been eating raw by himself. And I was worried about him going over and jumping on her, and because she was small back then, and I didn't know whether she would stand her ground with the. She was already showing indications of standing her ground because she growled at me in the bathroom at the hotel because at the time she didn't know who I was. But the first time I put food on the floor, I stood there and watched. And Coda walked over there like he was thinking about taking her food, and she growled at him. And he's like, "Oh wait, that's just like my old baby sister." So he walked away and left her alone. And you could hear her teeth clink when she warned him. And you don't interfere with when this happens where you see a dog showing a little bit of it's not really, I don't think it's aggression, but it's like I'm telling you, you're not getting any of my food. That's what they're saying.
Yeah,
And
just like back off.
yeah. And if you stay out of it, it usually doesn't turn into a fight. It usually turns into a fight if someone interferes in that communication going on between the two of them.
That makes sense.
Because it's just dog language. And I've had to learn that. And there is a YouTube channel called the 108th Airborne, and he has 6 dogs, big, huge dogs. They look like wolves. 5 of them, no, 4 of them are males, intact males, and 2 of them are intact females. And then he has 2 small Yorkies that are intact. He does mukbangs all the time, where he has his dogs on raw too, and so he'll drop several fish takes them out in the back where he feeds them at, and he'll drop whatever meat it is in several piles, and he lets the dogs work it out between who's going to get which one. And sometimes you'll see one dog take away food from another one, and then that dog goes and takes it away from someone else. But there's never ever a dog fight. Sometimes they argue, like get in their face and growl at them and make all kind of noise, but they never contact each other. And if he thinks it's going to turn into a fight, all he has to say is enough, and they stop what they're doing. But pretty much he doesn't interfere with that muck bonding.
I have never heard of a dog mukbang.
Yeah, and the dog is a pack pretty much, and so they have a hierarchy and everything. Currently the older dog is the alpha dog right now, but there's a young one in the group that showing tendencies to be alpha too. So it wouldn't surprise me if one day he doesn't take the alpha spot. But when them boys try to mess with them girls put them in their place. Girls rule in packs. The males are there for two reasons: breeding and protection. But he doesn't breed all that often though. I don't think he's bred either female. Well, the one female I thought he was going to breed because she's the youngest one, and I think she might be 3 or 4 now. He hasn't bred her, so he must have changed his mind about breeding her. Maybe he decided he didn't want to. I don't know. Because I thought, because what he's doing is making another designer dog. Yeah, but he wants to get this dog, this breed on the books, and so he's in generation 3, I think. But this year he's not done any breeding, so maybe he changed his mind about doing it.
Maybe.
Because what he started out with was a imported German Shepherd that he crossed with a blue beige Shepherd, which I never heard of a blue beige Shepherd until I started watching his channel. And when I looked up blue beige German Shepherds online, they're actually a breed, but they're not recognized by the AKC or any other place. So it must be a new type of German Shepherd breed, or Shepherd breed. You can't call it a German Shepherd. And so he had crossed his German Shepherd, which was from Germany, with the Blue Bay, and that's where his alpha dog come from. And he is big compared to the actual German Shepherd. Probably weighs a little over, maybe close to 100 pounds or just over it. He's huge.
Ooh, that's a big dog.
Yeah. So his whole setup is amazing because he lives in Minneapolis, and so he's just up the road from the Mississippi River, and they have a big, huge off-leash dog park there. And he'll take 2 or 3 of them at a time off leash. His dogs never get in a fight with anyone else's dog.
Well, it sounds like he's got him well trained. That goes a long way.
And a lot of it's just him socializing them. Anytime a dog that's in a park tries to start a fight, the dogs will stand their ground, but they won't initiate fighting. And then, of course, the owners of the other dog are apologizing up and down, and he'll tell them, "Oh, it's just dog language. Don't worry about it." Some of them will get downright nasty with their dog, and he's like, "There's no need for that. It's dog language. It's fine."
I mean, we took a wild animal and domesticated it, so it's gonna behave like a dog.
They all originated from wolves a long time ago, so they're going to act like that.
Mm-hmm.
If you overreact, it's what makes it worse. If you don't overreact and you're calm, it probably won't even escalate. I mean, there is dogs out there that deliberately will start a fight, but
yes,
because they've gotten away with it.
You, as the owner of the dog, have to remain the alpha of the pack.
Yep.
That's correct.
That's the main thing.
Yep.
If you let them get away with something, then you are allowing them to become the alpha. You have to maintain that. Otherwise, you're going to have problems.
Yep.
That's good advice.
Yep, it makes total sense. And with him, he's the alpha.
Yeah.
And
so
then
if he's not getting upset and, when he's walking the dogs and all that, those dogs are picking up, what picking up signals from him.
mm-hmm.
And if he's not worried about it, then they're not going to be worried about it.
Yep. I've learned a lot from his videos because I'm just amazed at how you can have that many intact male dogs in a pack and they don't fight. It's truly amazing. Yeah. And he gets messages or comments every so often, do you beat your dogs into submission to keep them getting along with each other? And he has to constantly say, I repeat, I do not lay a hand on my dogs.
Yeah, you don't have to beat your dogs to.
Why would somebody think you've got to beat the dog in order for it to behave?
Yeah, you
It's
don't
called
have to beat a dog.
training.
Yeah, it's called being a good owner, being a good pack leader.
You train
Now,
the dog, you spend time with the dog.
yeah,
Sheesh, people are weirdos.
I
they
know.
are. I had a dog once that, as he was becoming a teenager, he was trying to challenge everybody, including me, you know, and I just, and he wouldn't come when I would call him. And before that, before he became a teenager, he was a good dog, but all of a sudden, he just got it in his head that he wanted to be the boss, you know. So what I did was, um, I talked to him really firmly and I growled at him and I put him down on the ground. And just like if you watch, you know, dog behavior or even wild animals, the alpha
Everybody
dog,
has
when they growl or they get the other dog down, and like this dog's name was Curly. So I held him down, I growled at him. I was very, you know, I didn't beat him, I didn't hurt him,
Well, you
and
affirm and let them know who was in charge.
I was letting him know. And as soon as he was very stiff and, you know, swiggling around and stuff, didn't like being put down on his back at all. And
no,
but as
because
soon
that's
as,
a submission
yeah,
position.
as soon as he became submissive and quit, as soon as he relaxed and submitted, then I let him up. And after that, I never had a bit of problem with him. He
Andrew,
came when I called him. He didn't cause any trouble with the other dogs. So it's really interesting what you do, what you can do to get your dogs to,
there's
uh,
two reasons for a dog to show their belly to a human or to other dogs. One is submission, and the
submission,
other one is trust.
trust. Yeah.
Because both those items is why they show their belly. If they trust you, they'll roll over on their back and show you their belly because they trust you. And Nora does that a lot with Nikolai. When she gets up on the bed, the first thing she does is go roll over onto her back, and that's a trust thing.
Yeah. And she wants her belly rubbed.
Yeah, well, that too. But I'm just pointing out that's why she does it.
Yeah.
Andrea just brought up something. I want to tell you guys something. Since there's 38 people in here and you missed my little spill at the beginning of the live, if you live in rural America right now, hunting season has started with bow season. Please don't let your dogs run loose because a heartbreaking thing happened to a homesteader yesterday to his livestock guardian dog of all things. So right now he doesn't even have one. A hunter used a bow to shoot his dog, and the bow went in such an angle it came from the top. So he was in whoever did it was in a tree stand, and it went in the dog above the shoulder and lodged into his breastbone. So when the vet got there, the vet x-rayed the dog and said there's nothing I can do, and he lost his dog last night.
Jeez.
This dog has took care of all of his life. I've been watching Daniel's uh, um, YouTube channel now for I think 6 years or so, and he had that dog before he had gotten that dog before he stopped before he stopped being a highway patrol, and so this dog has years of being in the family and watching out for their goats and their chickens because he didn't even bother the chickens. He took care of the chickens, turkeys, an emu, a pig, donkeys, mini donkeys. They have all kinds of menagerie there. And yesterday morning, um, him and their half poodle, half retriever went off hunting on the property. And I think Daniel thinks that maybe the hunter was on the other side of the fence on government property that you can go hunting on, and did a cruel, mean thing. So the dog made it home and lasted until the vet came, and then the vet gave the bad news last night. So
That's
keep your dogs
horrible.
close. Don't let them run around during hunting season. I thought most hunters had scruples, but apparently this person didn't. You know, and Daniel talked a lot about, he gets that hunters don't like dogs running out disturbing hunting season and stuff. But that's no reason to kill somebody's.
But that's part of being in nature, is dealing
Yeah,
with animals. So that is not an excuse. That is not okay.
no, it's not. I guarantee you, if it was a hunter using dogs to run deer and you shot their dog, oh boy. Because in Florida, they would use dogs for running deer, which my dad couldn't stand because he thinks that that's not hunting. And it's not really. You're using a dog to hunt your food for you. And deer meat tastes different when it's been run by a dog. It causes the adrenaline to kick in and it taints the meat. What I'm doing is I'm taking off the 1/4 inch seam allowance part of the paper, so that when I sew these blocks together, I don't have to worry about trying to figure out how to rip them off. But anyway, I just wanted you to know that if you're out in an area, don't let your dog be out of sight, because if you do, you never know what will happen. And you know, we don't want anyone to lose their dogs. This is the second dog he's lost in the last 2 years.
Oh, it's horrible.
He lost Bella because Bella, she developed some kind of health problem. I can't remember what it was. And she was up in age too, like Bear, and they lost her because of the health problem. And this was a dog that was raised with their youngest son, Houston. So Houston had been with both Bear and Bella since he was a baby. And Houston's my granddaughter's age, so he's 13 now, I think.
Oh, that poor kid's got to be devastated.
Yeah. When they were doing when he was doing when Daniel was doing the video yesterday, you could see that Houston was there, but because you could see him squatted down petting a bear, but you couldn't see his face because I think that he didn't want people to he didn't want to be on camera, I don't think, because he was so upset. His wife was so angry. She's like, "Are you going to go out and find that person that done this to our dog? He needs to be accountable." The problem is, he's got the arrow now. They did take the arrow out, and when I saw the end of it, like, oh my god, no wonder they couldn't save the dog. And but Daniel's been traversing the fence line to see if he can find the other half of the arrow, because apparently Bear broke off the top half of the arrow when he was trying to get home. So if he could find the top half, he might be able to determine where the arrow come from. Andrea says she thinks that Bella had some kind of cancer. That, yeah, it was affecting her breathing. That's right. It was some kind of something. I don't remember what it was. So started out, how I'm trying to remember how I started watching Arms Family Homestead. I think I started out watching I want to say it was the Crockers. And then I heard about Hidden Heights and Arms Family Homestead, and both of those families are friends with one another. They've known each other for a long time. And then for a while there, I was watching Keeping It Dutch, but I've gotten where I can't watch his stuff. And that's how I stumbled onto all of them. So I've been following Good Simple Living for a while now. Arms Family Home and Hidden Heights are my main three I watch, and then I have some smaller homesteaders I watch too. Did you guys see? Did you guys see where that they're Oklahoma's trying to, or apparently Oklahoma's passing a law where you can't be off grid?
What?
Yeah, if you set up your homestead to be off grid, they're passing a law that's not going to allow it.
Isn't that why people live in Oklahoma?
Huh?
Isn't that why people live in Oklahoma in the first place?
I don't know, but I know there's some YouTubers who are off grid, and I bet you that new law being discussed is ticking them off.
Are they trying to pass the law or they already are?
I
Because
think they're in the process of the final voting on it or something. Or however they make the law. I don't know how they make those kinds of laws. But I don't know why they would want to force someone to be on grid.
Because they want to monitor everyone.
That and take money. You can make your own electricity. They're not getting any of it. That's like saying you can't use rainwater to water your yard with. And do you know that that's a thing in California? That you can't catch rain?
Well, I think it's because their water is so low that they need it all to go back into the system to be recycled.
No, Denise, we're talking about two different dogs. Bella's the one that had cancer. The dog that passed away yesterday was Bear, who was shot by an arrow. With both seasons in progress right now. What I'm doing is just trimming off this seam allowance so that I can sew these blocks. Does anybody know if maybe someone can help answer a question I have? Do you know if Zaza has a specific time every Saturday that she goes live, or she just randomly does her lives on Saturday? Can someone answer that for me? Because she started doing lives on Saturday, but I didn't know if they were random ones or she intends on having it every Saturday. And if she does, what time does she usually start Eastern Standard Time? I tried to ask her that in her live the other day, but she didn't see the question.
I thought she said she was going to go at 3 o'clock.
Eastern Time?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, that's before I start my lives then. I thought she was having her lives after, sometime after I've already started mine. Jaja says that she does it random.
Well, I think originally I heard her say 3 o'clock, but I don't remember what time zone that was.
Okay. Unless it's 3 o'clock her time, which would make it, she's 3 hours, she's either 2 hours ahead of me or 3 ahead of me.
She went live 20 minutes ago.
Okay.
So that's 4 o'clock my time.
Okay, so that would be 6 o'clock Eastern Time, right?
That would be 1 o'clock
7.
or 7 o'clock Eastern, yeah.
Okay. Because I wanted to see, if she's going to be live every Saturday at that same time, maybe I should to help, try to keep my lives at a certain time frame and then just dump all y'all into her channel.
So she's live right now then?
Apparently she is, said Andrea. She went live 20 minutes ago, said Andrea. That's why I was trying to find out what time it was, because I can legitimately keep it my lives at 2.5 hours or something like that, and be okay with doing that, just so I can help her channel grow and dump all of y'all into hers. I don't mind doing that, unless I'm, working on a project that I don't want to stop working on. Can't do anything about it tonight, so I'm not going to worry about it. But Andrea, if you don't mind, will you find out if this is going to be a regular time for her, and let me know, either email me or something, and then I can formulate a plan from there. Because normally there's no one after me until like 12:30 my time, which is William, and so I never hardly ever run that late, unless I'm on one of those really big things. Like I think I know what I'm going to do Thanksgiving Day when I go live. I am going to quilt my Christmas tree quilt. I'm gonna get it all ready to go for quilting, and then I'm just gonna run with it. And if people show up, even though Thanksgiving is going on, and that's the day Nikolai comes home too, come to think of it. But he won't be home until late, I think. If the weather gets in the middle of it, he might not even get to be home. So we've had this wind that we got going on. This is like day number 6. So any transportation in and out of this town hasn't happened for almost a week. That's why I haven't gotten any mail, which I hardly get mail. Jaja says, okay. Oh, I just ordered a quilt kit of a Christmas tree quilt. Cool. Denise says you can catch rainwater in California with no, in Hanford you can't. In that neighborhood that my daughter lives in, you're not allowed to.
I wonder if it's an HOA thing. Does she have an HOA?
No, it's not HOA, but it's because the neighborhood that they live in, they're right across the street from an almond farm.
Oh, maybe
And so
that's
I'm thinking it's something to do with farming. Because on their house, where they have what do you call those catchment things you put around the outer edges of your roof that go down this pipe thing? There's a drain system that sits at every one of them, which drains into the town's water system.
And California is such a big state, so maybe it depends on what part of the state you live in.
Yeah, because they live in the San Joaquin Valley, where all the farmland's at. So they don't get as much rain maybe as other parts of California. It doesn't rain all that often to begin with.
Especially, in the lower part,
Yep.
I think I spent a whole summer out there, and I don't think it rained one time.
Oh, that year that I was stuck because I kept catching influenza, I think it rained once and it just sprinkled.
I probably would have moved to California if it hadn't been so expensive to live out there.
Yep. California's beautiful. The weather to me, especially like areas like San Diego and San Francisco.
That's the area I'm talking about too.
Yeah, it's like Mediterranean weather. And also I was pretty impressed by Sacramento. When you pass the exit that because I was coming from Hanford going north because I was going to a quilt show in Sacramento, there's an exit that tells you that's how you're going to go to San Francisco. And once you pass that, it is the strangest thing. You go from all this brown land to nothing but green north of it. It's truly amazing when you go further north. But Kristen says it's very more expensive to live up there than where they're at, and I don't understand why. Because it's not farmland or anything. Jaja says she's going to use a wall hang. She's going to use it as a wall hanging. It's a baby size. It's called the Jovi quilt. I will have to look that one up. Are y'all making progress on your end?
I got my borders put on and now I am basting, but well, right now I'm in the kitchen doing dinner stuff, but then I'll be back to
Oh,
basting.
what did you?
That's why you don't see
What
me.
did you decide to do with the chicken?
Oh, I'm
I
doing
figured you
chicken
were probably
rice.
eating. Yum.
It was too late to do anything last night, so I was like, I'll just finish today. Um,
Sorry about
last night
that.
I just no, it's fine. I just broke down the chicken because they were two whole chickens, so I just broke them down. Well, deboned everything, and then I just separated the meat from the broth from the bones. And
Did you decide whether you were going to reuse the bones?
yeah, I am. That's why I kept them. So I could use them to make something. Haven't decided if I'm gonna do some kind of soup or if I'm just gonna add some additional bones to make some kind of bone broth or something. I haven't decided. But okay, so now the green beans are going.
What's the 7 for? John put 7 and so did Robin. What was that?
7 o'clock is what time Zaza comes on.
Okay, so 7 is that 7 o'clock
Eastern time. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, I'll write that down, which would be 8, 9, 10 my time. And what time is it here right now? We're 31. Yeah, okay, so I could legitimately stop, dump everybody into her channel at 10, and I've already gotten my 8:30, 9:30, 2.5 hours in. Yeah, I could do that. So I'll make sure to do that. And I need to go. The other question is, do you guys know she posts her lives ahead of time? I'm subbed to her, but I never get any messages about when she goes live. So that's why I'm asking y'all, has she been waiting till the last minute to go live and she doesn't post anything, or is she pre-setting things up? Let me know.
Now that I don't know. I think she just goes live, but I don't know for sure.
Okay, because if she just goes live, then I can't dump y'all into her channel if I don't have a link. Because there's a setting on my YouTube where you can do that. Jaja says, I don't want you to have short lives. Well, I'm not going anywhere right now. I can tell you that. I want to do something. I do think that I am probably going to have to fill up my cup here soon. You know who has settled down. Have you noticed?
Yeah, I see she's been quiet. I guess the egg. I guess the egg did it.
Well, the veterinarian wanted me to get at least 2 kilos off of her, and that means I want to do some research and see if maybe if I can feed her part of her, like, I only feed her 1 meal a day. And I've been thinking about maybe I should split that meal in half and give her some in the morning and give her the rest in the evening, and see if that doesn't settle her enough that she won't notice I've cut back her food a little bit. Because she actually, I think what the deal is, she's noticed I've cut back her food.
You know,
Oh, so
um,
she knows how
what,
much she normally gets at night, and now she's not.
that same amount. Yeah. Like I normally was giving her 2 chicken legs when I do feed her chicken, and it's 1 chicken leg and an egg and either fruit or a vegetable.
when I put my dogs on a diet, I gave them green beans,
Mm-hmm.
canned green beans, with no salt. You can
Okay.
buy canned green beans, and that made a big difference because they still feel like they're getting,
Yeah.
food. And it's okay for like um dogs need green stuff in my
Yeah, they do.
opinion.
Yeah,
They
they
need
do.
grass. They need grass. And because that helps with the digestive system, their stomachs.
Yep.
And like in the winter time, because everything is under the snow and our dogs can't get to the grass,
Yeah, they can't
I
freeze.
yeah, I give them green beans and asparagus.
Oh, I didn't know they could eat
And
asparagus.
sometimes I give them broccoli. Yeah, they can eat asparagus. They
I'm a
love
little,
it.
I'm a little reluctant about giving her broccoli because I'm wondering if it'll make her gassy. You know what she really loves the
I give
most?
them the bottom of the. I don't give them the head of the
On the
of
stalk?
the broccoli,
Okay, okay, got you.
the stem.
She loves sweet peppers too. My goodness, does she love them?
So
I
if you
love
give
them
her
too.
get a little bit of vegetables, that might help with. But
That
yeah,
might.
I feed my dogs twice a day, once in the morning and once at night.
I've only, as an adult, I see. I can't remember how my mom, and dad fed their dogs. I have like gaps in memory, so there's that. And so when I started getting dogs, I was feeding them once a day because I thought that was okay.
I haven't
But
had a dog in a long time, but for mine, when they were puppies, I fed twice a day, and then once they were adults, I just
yeah,
did the once a day. But I don't know how much of that was for me because it was easier for me for them
yeah,
to eat once a day, or if it was recommended because it's been so long.
yeah. I thought I would also find me I think I took myself off the a group I was in for raw for dogs. I might just go back on there and ask some more questions.
I don't know. I've
Sometimes
always Well, I used to just leave the food out and let them eat whenever they wanted to.
now you
But
can't leave raw. Besides, she's not going to leave raw meat sitting
yeah,
out anyway.
right. You
She's
can't do that. But I had to quit doing that because Brandon's dogs were not used to that kind of feeding schedule and they
And they
just would
just
eat it all.
ad-libbing them. They just kept going.
Yeah.
on it. Yeah.
So then we went to feeding twice a day.
Oh, I love it.
Veterinarian saw Nora and she says, "What are you feeding her?" I said, "She's on a raw food diet." The first thing she was about, just as soon as the first sentence came out of her mouth, I'm like, "Please don't do that. I know what I'm doing. I've been doing this for a long, almost my whole adult life. I know what I'm doing."
Yeah, I
But
know a lot of people who feed raw. And I
yeah,
used to, I had
How could you
dogs that
think
were
there's anything wrong
diabetic.
with that?
because she thinks that if you don't, that meat can be tainted and poison your dog, and meat only gets tainted if you don't handle it properly.
Yeah.
And common, if you're not, if you're eating meat, even though we cook our meat, but you still handle it in the raw form before you cook it, you already know how to handle meat to begin with, and so you would. Why would you not handle it in the same way for your dog?
I don't know. That doesn't even seem. It seems like for me, like if I ever had a dog and fed it raw, I'd be doing it at the same time. Like, okay,
Yeah,
I'm about to make some food for me. Let's go ahead and, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand why it would be different.
yeah,
That's
exactly.
weird.
And she says, "Well, does she ever leave any of them?" I'm like, "No." And if she did, I would pick it up right away, and it would go in the trash can because she's already been eating on it. I would not just put it back in the refrigerator because it's all
Wait,
but
so she thinks you're gonna put the food out, let it sit, and then put
I
it back in
guess,
the fridge?
yeah. It was like she didn't think I And I'm like, I don't know where you got your stuff from, but I know what I'm doing. So don't tell me to put my dog back on kibble. It ain't gonna happen. Because she's been on raw for so long, I think putting her back on kibble would be a bad idea.
She'd be pissed.
Not only pissed, but what would it do to her system? Because she's used to eating the way a dog was meant to eat, in the wild. The only reason
She
kibble
eats
ever,
real food. Your dog
yeah,
eats real food.
yeah.
Kibble is
Well,
processed food for dogs.
that's what they fed them before they came out with kibble.
Right.
Do you know why they actually came out with kibble? Someone designed kibble to help make it easier to feed dogs because people wanted a lazier way of feeding their dogs. And to me, feeding a dog raw is not much hard work because you're already feeding yourself anyway. These days, it's a little bit more expensive, especially if you have more than one dog. Because right now, with inflation and everything, but it's still cheaper from my point of view because if I had to order a high-ended kibble and pay shipping costs and everything else, it's just hardly not worth it.
And you can get, I don't know about in your area, but I could go to the butcher and order a case of chicken.
Yeah, I can.
And it's a lot cheaper that way.
Yeah. So I buy chicken legs by the case and I buy whole chickens by the case. The only downside to me having her on a raw diet is I can't get organ meat. She liver's organ, she will not eat it. I have tried every way known to man to feed it. She won't eat it. Someone even told me to leave it frozen and try that. And she's like, nope.
God, my dogs love liver.
Will not eat raw liver or cooked liver. I don't know why. Maybe it tastes different. I don't know. I really can't explain why she won't. It's the strangest thing because I thought dogs would eat that kind of thing. And someone says, well, and the veterinarian says, well, do you feed her hearts? I'm like, no. And she tried to tell me that's organ meat. I said, no, it's not. It's a muscle. And she already eats muscle, so she don't need that. She needs organ meat, which would be kidneys, liver, pancreas, things like that. That's organ meat.
Well, they consider the heart an organ, part of the organ meat selection.
But it's technically a muscle, and you're already feeding muscle. I thought it was an organ too, and then when I did the research on feeding what cuts of meat and the internal parts for dogs, it does state that it's not an organ. You can feed the heart because it's nutritious enough. It has lots of good vitamins in it, more than like muscle from the leg or something. Okay, we got all the sides pulled off of here. Now I can start working on this next block. And I need to move this out of the way before I knock it on the floor.
Oh, Robin, that don't sound good. She said, if you think that's bad, soda was originally made to clean engine parts.
Yeah, they say Coca-Cola will shine your toilet.
It's because it's the carbonation part of the soda that does that. So, wait a minute, I need to catch up on a couple things in the chat.
Yeah, the best thing to do for making bread is sourdough.
Yeah, my daughter's been on a spree making sourdough.
Capturing your own yeast.
Jojo says, I grow cat grass in a little flower pot for mine to munch on. He loves it. And then Robin says her dog loves broccoli. And then Robin says, my vet asked how many times a day do you eat? And he said at least 2 times a day. I got the hint. And then Robin says, if you think that's bad, so do what. Oh, you already read that one. Oh, and those of you who made a comment that you like my long lives, thank you for saying that. Sometimes I worry that I go too long. All right, let's get this next
Okay, so for those of you who are curious, you can get 120 3.5-inch squares from 1 yard of fabric.
How many?
100, 120.
Wow.
So
That's
I have
impressive.
wood,
That's
1 yard of fabric is right. This is 1 yard of fabric right here. And it's 120.
cool.
So
I
if that
find
helps
out.
you, if that helps you do the math, then
Yep.
for this quilt. And my battery is going to die. My screen just went dark, so I better go.
Thank you for coming and hanging out with us.
I knew I should have plugged in the
I
cord.
take it it won't. I take it won't let you plug it in.
Well, the cord's downstairs, so
Oh, so you have to run downstairs and get it.
it's almost 5 o'clock anyway. So
Okay. Well, thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
yeah, thanks for having me.
It's
Bye,
always fun to do
Teresa.
it.
Bye. Bye, everybody. Take care, and I'll see you next time. See you tomorrow.
Yep.
See you tomorrow.
Tomorrow, bright and early in the morning.
Teresa's always working on something neat.
Yeah, she
I'm
does.
always
Laid-
curious to see what the heck she's got going on.
She's so laid back and calm too. That's what I
Yeah,
like
she
about her.
really is.
But you are too. Both of you two are like tonic. I hope that doesn't get taken the wrong way.
No, I've always been a calm person.
I just love how you're calm. It's like your water to my fire.
Yeah, I've always just been really even.
And I'm not always on fire though.
But I do have a temper. Like I do get mad, but it just takes me a minute. I just don't well, because you know what it is? I hold stuff in too much. So, it's really not healthy.
You're probably like me. It takes a lot to push me to that anger mode, and once I get there, it's like I can't turn it off. You may
Yeah,
know.
and that's another reason why I don't let myself get angry because if I do, it's explosive. I'm gonna explode. So
Yeah,
I'd rather just not get there. But there's the downside of that is sometimes like you know, things will aggravate me, but I won't talk about it because if I try to
yeah,
talk about it, it's gonna come out
yeah.
shitty, you know?
Yep,
So
get that. Oh, I know that used to be I was this slow to anger kind of person, except when something was a trigger or whatever. But now it's like when it gets turned on, I can't seem to shut it off. And I stay this angry person for a while.
now that's one thing I can't stay angry. And sometimes it's not good because sometimes you need to stay angry,
Yeah,
you
get
know?
it out.
Sometimes people do things that should not be forgotten. And I don't know how to I can't maintain that anger because if I do, it's gonna eat me up.
Yeah, exactly. And
So
that's what I've been working on here, trying to get my certain things straight in my brain that has to do with this house. Well, you know what I'm talking about.
yeah.
And this wind has been a bit of a trigger, unfortunately, because it's like bringing back what happened, especially how many days it's lasted and how gusty it's been.
Okay.
And so I know that trampoline's sitting out in her yard. So I I'm gonna tell y'all something. Nikolai got our potting soil finally moved to a different spot. We put it behind our fence, and he covered it up with a tarp. And I walked out there and I'm looking at this tarp that he used rope to tie it to, tie around it to protect it. And I told him, I said, when the wind comes, that is not going to hold, especially if we have several days of a wind. Oh, it'll hold. Guess what? It's not holding. So I was out in the wind yesterday putting heavy bricks all over the top of it. So when he comes home, he's probably going to get ear. I'm like, I told you it wouldn't. And that's why the thing with the trampoline's festering, because you put this potting soil behind a fence, and the fence is on two sides of the, and the fence goes all the way down, and the fence is not an open fence, it's like a closed fence type thing, like a privacy fence, but it's a short one. And so I know that the wind, the way it's, the direction it's doing is causing some friction, but I halfway thought that it shouldn't be doing that much. And so when I was putting the smaller bricks on, I could see the bricks moving on the top before I put heavier ones on there. And
Uh-huh.
I realized, I'm like, if it's this strong moving smaller ones, it's got to be really shaking that trampoline over there. And all I can think about is if I hear that thing hit my house, she is going to hear it from me for sure.
So they were able to put the trampoline back up?
She bought another one.
Oh my God. So did they
And
properly anchor it then?
right now there's pallets holding it down.
That's not proper anchoring.
No, it's not. And then the trampoline's twice the size of the other one.
Oh my God.
So that's why I've been a little freaky the last couple of days. Because all I can think about is please don't hit the house. Please don't come apart and hit the house.
If me and that lady, we would have had to have some words. Look, if you're gonna put that thing up, I'm gonna need you to sign an agreement that if that thing blows off your yard and into my house again, you're 100% paying for everything.
Yep. I can't have my house sounding like a bomb went off in it again. Because that's what it sounded like when it happened. My
That had
brain
to be like terrifying because you can't
was
process what's
terrifying.
happening.
Yeah, I was asleep. I was on one of my marathons and not sleeping because the wind was keeping me awake to begin with. And I had been on sewing like 10 hours or something, and my eyes were hurting. So I decided to go lay on the bed and close my eyes. And that was like at 8 o'clock at night. And I actually fell asleep. So when that happened and I thought a bomb had gone off, my brain just couldn't comprehend what had happened. I just was so disoriented. I didn't even know what was going on. And you're right. We are going to sue her, Robin. When Nikolai comes, Nikolai's been talking to a lawyer in Nuke, and there's a couple things that we have to give to them to find out if they're even willing to take the case. I just want her to pay the damn bill.
Yeah, because I mean, the nerve of her to put another one up, like that's
It's
pretty
like,
ballsy.
yeah, it's like, but she's probably like so many in this world. They don't care who they're. Most Greenlandic people don't act like that, so I'm not sure what her deal is. Because one of the things that Torben said to me, our friends, the ones we go sailing with,
Mm-hmm.
Torben says, listen, I know you are really angry about what's happened. He says, I can see it all over your face every time we bring up the subject. But do yourself a favor. Don't start World War III in that neighborhood. Because once you do, it will not stop. And I'm like, well, okay, but I don't understand why it would stop. Because sometimes when you start something, other people might want to protect her because you're not native. And that didn't even occur to me.
But your husband is.
Yeah, he is.
All right then. So they're gonna have to come up with another excuse to be crappy people then, because that's not gonna work.
Oh, I did. Dang it. Okay, got it moved back. I accidentally hit the wrong button. Hey, Stephanie, welcome back. She's now at second level. I don't even know what that means, except she gets a different little icon. Hey, I meant to show you guys something. Those of you who are members, I've noticed you're not using this. Check this out. I don't know if you didn't realize that, but Kevin from Tuber Chat Connect and Grow, he made me some cute little emojis for members. Check it out. So you guys as members have access to those little emojis. I'm hoping to get some more put in. But I think the little narwhal is the cutest of all of them. Hi, Rita. Process. Okay, sorry, neighbor. I have no clue why your trampoline is shredded. Do you know? That's my mind last night. The temptation is, oh, why don't I take a knife and go over there and just cut it right down the middle? But that wouldn't make me any better than her. And I have this thing, and y'all tell me if I'm wrong. I have two thoughts on this whole subject. One just cause does not, one of the saying, one just cause does not indicate to do another, like revenge. And
yeah, two wrongs don't make a right.
Exactly. So being revengeful and going over there and doing something right back, what is that even solving? It's not going to make you feel better.
I'm pretty sure she was just joking, though.
I know she was. I'm not saying that because of what she said. I was going to mention this before. I feel because Nikolai watches these videos, YouTube videos, and he'll say, you should listen to this. And I get about halfway through that. And I'm like, honey, revenge is not going to make the person who's doing the revenge feel any better. So why would you, just because that one person did something bad to you, it doesn't justify you doing something bad to that person, because all you're doing is falling into that little toxic trait.
And at the end of the day, that hurts yourself.
Yeah.
You end up hurting yourself, you know?
He says, but you're letting them get away with it. I said, it's no different. So you're saying because if they that's not letting someone get away with it. You're just not getting on the same page as them.
Yeah, Adrian is pretty hot-headed. I have to talk. I'm like, but what's that going to solve? What is that? What is that going to solve, really? And he'd be like, I know.
I remember the first winter I was here. I had I think I've mentioned it maybe once in the past. Maybe I can't remember. I was out with Ichi, and it was during the summer. My first summer actually. And it was daylight. I didn't have any idea what time of the day it was. And so I didn't think anything of it. And Nikolai would call and say, do you know what time it is? No. And I've told you all about that part. But that night I was out. It must have been 1:30 in the morning. But I didn't realize that because I was out taking pictures and I had Ichi with me. And this guy, a Greenlander, stopped and said something to me, and all I said was, I don't understand what you're saying. I was so new to the country. And the next thing he's doing is saying, you need to take your American ass back to America. You have no right to be here. And I'm like, what the heck?
I would have said, wow, you sound like an American.
And he chased me almost all the way home. And
What?
oh, that was the wrong thing to
Oh, I bet it
for that
was.
person. He was ready to come home and whip some butt. And so I talked to Bitsy about it, and Bitsy says, did he act like he was drunk? And was he an older person, older than you? I'm like, yeah, he looked like he was about 15 years older than me. She says that generation still is angry about particular things that the United States did when Greenland was in its protection. And I said, so, and because I didn't know the history yet, I didn't understand what it was we were supposed to have done. So she sat me down and she told me, and I'm like, oh,
We've messed up every country, Libya, Grenada, you name it. I mean, Kissinger was a nemesis.
well, what most of them are angry about here, that generation, is the fact that when they left to go back, started closing the bases down, instead of taking all their trash and their thousands of barrels of spent fuel, they left all of it behind to leak into nature. And because Greenlanders love their country and believe they are stewards of nature, that angered a lot of the older population.
Well, yeah, that should anger anyone, but you have to know where to place that anger.
Yeah, he was putting it on me because
We're not responsible for what our government does. I mean,
exactly.
we wish we were, but we're not. They do what they want.
I had no knowledge of it. I don't know about you, but do you remember ever in U.S. history in high school discussing Greenland being in the United States protection during World War II? I sure don't remember, and I loved studying World War II because I learned a lot about it. But I never remember anything of Greenland being mentioned.
Well, history is my least favorite subject,
Well,
so
I
it's the
never
one I
liked it.
paid the least attention to.
Yeah, most of the time I slept through it, but World War II kept me awake because it was kind of interesting. But I definitely don't remember any discussion about Greenland in there.
There definitely could have been, but I wouldn't remember it so long ago.
Yeah, a long time ago. So when she sat me down and told me, I'm like, oh, and she showed me pictures. There's actually pictures of the spent barrels, and sometimes they come across Facebook every so often when there's a discussion. Like right now, Denmark's cleaning some of it up right now. They have ships this past summer over on the East Coast trying to get some of the barrels cleaned up because they're just trying to start the cleanup, and it's going to take a while for the cleanup because it's in such a remote area over there. But it was fuel for the planes is what it was. I don't exactly know what spent fuel means. I don't know if that means it was used or it was fuel that they didn't use. I don't know what that term exactly means.
I don't either.
Either way, when you see the pictures of it, you can literally see rusty 50-gallon drums leaking into the natural water sources there.
Wow. I mean, I definitely understand the anger, I I mean,
He thought he was being protective, but he scared the crap out of me too.
but just directing it toward an individual just, doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. And Betsy said it wasn't. She wasn't saying it was okay. She says, "I want you to understand. I'm not saying what he did was okay because it's not okay. Because you're an
Oh
innocent.
yeah. But just so you understood, just so you understood the why, that makes sense. But
yeah, when she told me why, I'm like, oh. So for a little while I was leery that whenever I come across one that had been drinking, I was worried they were gonna, but they don't. They know who I am. And I've lived here long enough to earn the title Greenlander.
well, there you go, Katie.
They started calling me a Greenlander last year. You are now a Greenlander. I'm like, I'm not native. No, it's not about native. It's about you have stuck with us and you proved that you love this country as much as we do by sticking around. Because there's a saying, when people come to live in Greenland, if by the second year, you can tell whether they're going to stay or go. And most of them, if they're not going to make it to the second year, by the time the second year hits, they're either already have left or they're about to leave. And if they make it past the second year, usually they're keepers. They'll stick around. Because it's not easy sometimes. But and even when it's not easy, would I go back home? No. I have grown to love living here. This is home. At one point, I thought we would move to the United States. We talked about it a couple times, move back to the States. And I told Nikolai, I said, if we did, I'd want to go live in Montana or find some northeastern state, up in the New England states like
Vermont or something, Maine.
Vermont or somewhere like that where we could still experience the seasons and be by the coast so that he, could be in the both of us could be where the coastal air's at, and but now I think that's changed a little bit. I think we're just going to stick around here for a while.
Yeah.
I was going to mention something. It slipped off my brain before I had a chance to grab it.
Oh, I did find my little thing like yours.
Oh, you did? Have you ever used it?
I only use it for like if I'm at the machine and I just want to see the 1/4 inch. That's the only.
Do you have one of these? Hang on.
With the hole in it, the Perkins one.
Do you have this one? It's called the seam guide ruler. This is one style. Oh gosh, you can't see it. I need a background.
I have this one here.
Do you have one like this?
I have a similar one to that.
Yeah, you might have the other one I have, which I do use quite often. This is the other one I have. Do you have this one?
Mine is it's a Perkins. It says the name brand is Perkins.
This one is by Sew Emma. Oh, it's Sew Emma, and the other one, it doesn't say who that one's by, but it has almost the same name on it. No, it doesn't. The one that's by It's Sew Emma is Sew Standard Seam Guide, and the other one's just called the Seam Guide Ruler.
I think I have the Seam Guide Ruler somewhere, and then I have this little one by Bonnie Hunter. But it's clear, so you'll never be able to see it.
Yeah. And then there's the one you just showed me. I definitely think I'm gonna hang mine on the Christmas tree. That's a great idea for it. No.
Yeah.
Let me see. We've got some more catching up to do. Oh wow, I do have some catching up to do. Rita says revenge is letting Mother Nature take care of it. Cactus makes wonder Mother Nature revenge. Okay. And then Steph says sometimes we just gotta take the high road and it's not easy on not easy on YouTube, she said. And then Rita says, I'll be the first to admit I have a terrible hot temper. And then she said, that kind of hatred is terrible. And yet so many people have it. They do. And she says she personally thinks society as a whole would be better off if we were all blind and deaf. Then everyone would
1000%.
No issues with hatred due to nationality, exactly. And then Steph says, yes, the history of Greenland and U.S. exists, but I learned from my uncle. He was in the military. I found it interesting that some of the YouTuber people who come and watch my live say, did you know that my dad was part of the air stuff that was when they were protecting Greenland? And I find that really interesting too. And then Rita says, yes, it was due to when the Nazis were occupying Denmark. The U.S. signed a defense bill to help protect Greenland from Nazi occupation. Yes. Wasn't just that, they were going to make sure China didn't snatch the country as well, from what I've read. Rita says, if I was told I could live in any country in the world besides the U.S., it would actually be Greenland. Oh, Rita, that's so cool.
Mine would be France, hands down.
This place is so hard to y'all see my videos and you hear me talk about it, and I show pictures all the time, but you have to experience it to understand what I'm talking about. It's just there's no place like it. Nora, no. I'm sure there's other places in nature that I would enjoy too. You know what I found fun? I've been to Yosemite twice, and I could spend an entire day just sitting inside that forest with those big trees. They are so cool. I noticed when I was back in the States this last time, Shonda, that when we went down to Clearwater
Mm-hmm.
when we were shop hopping, and Clearwater, there was two shops there, and um, we we were with Myra and Bill, her husband, and because the guys were driving the Corvette and we were driving the SUV. It was pretty fun. But anyway, we stopped just to the beach area where it has a big huge pier that goes out on the water in the Gulf, and the Gulf of Mexico. And so right in front of the pier, there's this center park area where it's shaped like a circle, and it has this nice, yummy, soft grass, and in the circle on the outer portion of it is all these Bismarcky palms all the way around that circle. And you're allowed to sit on the grass because other people were. And I took my shoes. First thing I did was take my shoes off, and then I laid out on the grass, and I'm laying there because there's a sea breeze. And suddenly I'm hearing the rustle of palm leaves. And I had forgotten what that sounded like. I was totally in heaven because I've always loved palm trees anyway. And so it's like, wow, I didn't realize I had forgotten what that sounded like. And it wasn't even a hard breeze, it was a light breeze, just enough to make the fronds move and make that little creaking noise they make and the rustle noise they make. And see you, I'll be over to watch your live, Andy, when it gets started. Hey Sherry, welcome, welcome. I didn't see you in here. Um, Rita says Greenland reminds me so much of what it was like when I visited Anchorage, Alaska back in December of 1985 for 18 days. Yes, it is cold, but it was amazing. And at the same time, yeah, I never understood why my dad wanted to live in Alaska, but living here in Greenland has given me a taste of why it's so special to be in I'm not going to call it Gulf of America. It's not Gulf of America. Sorry. All right, let me turn this around because I forgot to take that off the side.
I have not changed the stitch in my machine in so long. I don't remember how to do it.
You mean the binding?
No, like instead of doing a straight stitch, doing something other than a straight stitch.
That's a Janome, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to bust out the manual.
Which stitch are you after?
The serpentine.
Oh, yeah, you might want to get your manual out. I can see that on my screen, actually. Can you see it on your screen, or does yours have a screen?
It has the screen, but I can't select it, and I don't know what I'm missing in order to be able to do that. So I have to go figure it out. At first I thought I had the wrong stitch plate in, but no, I've got the I've got the right stitch plate in. I've got the right foot. It's recognizing that I've got the right foot, but it's still not giving me the option to do the stitch that I want. So I gotta go look it up.
Sherry, she got caught up in a Netflix series. What Netflix series
Oh,
did you
which
get caught
one?
up in? Yeah, inquiring minds. What were you watching? And then Rita says, I did laugh today. Baron went to move the dog's self-waterer. Out comes one of those little geckos that live in my craft room. He jumped. I said, just leave my little friend alone, haha. That's funny.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who shares my space with lizards and critters.
Yeah, I like
But I will
lizards.
say the cloves are helping. I've been using cloves and clove oil, and I haven't seen any lizards. So we'll see. We just had a rain.
That's interesting. We used to tease my mom about lizards. We'd come walking in with lizards dangling off our ears like earrings. Because all you had to do is get them to open their mouth and then they would clamp on your earlobe. And we come walking in, hi, Mom, all three of us. And she's like, what the heck? You take those lizards outside right now. Stop playing with them. but, no buts. Get them out of the house. Yeah, they eat spiders and flies and other kinds of bugs like roaches. I don't know if it would be the same number on your Janome as it is on mine because it says number 8 on mine.
Yeah, it's number 8, but I just can't get to it.
Let me look at my little plate thing. Let's see what button you have to press to switch to it. I don't know if this is the same, but you can try it. All right, so do you have something called modes or an M?
No.
It doesn't have an M?
No, my old machine did. I knew how to use that very well. This one, not so much.
Uh-oh. Okay, so there is a little bit of a difference.
Yes, there definitely is. But I did find the manual, so I'm just looking at it.
Yeah, Rita, there is just some things I don't miss about Florida. No. Nobody wants this on Netflix. Is that what it's called?
Oh, I've heard of it. Okay, I heard of that. I heard of that show.
What is it
I heard of
about?
that. I don't know. Tell us what it's about, Rita.
It's Sherry that's watching it. Sherry, what is it
Oh,
about?
Sherry.
Can you give us the gist of it? Andrea says she needs to go take care of critters. She will probably start dinner too, so she will say her goodbyes now. Be blessed, less stressed, and pets and fabric. Big hugs to you, Andrea, and thank you for coming in to watch.
Good night, Andrea.
See you later. I am so proud of myself because my paper piecing part has been pretty decent. It's going to be a pain in the butt to tear apart, but that's okay. I don't hear you. Go away. Go get in your bed. Go on. Go get in your bed. I don't know what you're whining about. Probably because I'm not paying attention to you. She's got her paws on my hip. You hear that?
You're not getting anything else today, kiddo.
Let me tell you, she reminds me of a child, a baby, like a 2 or 3 year old child, with that whining.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all probably thinking I'm being mean to her, and I'm not.
No, she's just whining.
It's whining, but we ain't been able to go for a walk because of the weather. The weather's been so bad. Oh, stop. Sherry says it's about a girl dating a rabbi. Okay.
Yeah, I heard it was good.
I'll have to check it out because I've watched a couple of those type shows before. There is a TV series, or not TV series, but a series about oh, let me think of the African woman. I can't think of her name, but she did the railroad thing to help slaves escape. And I've
Okay.
been meaning to get around to watching that TV series. It's not a TV
Was it
series.
Underground?
I think that's what it's called. I think it's a Netflix series.
Yeah, I
I've
think
been,
it only had like 2 seasons. I ended up watching that with Adrian.
yeah, I need to get around to watching that. I've watched quite a few of those type not series, but I've watched several movies. And there was this one movie that had to do with um an African man that had to go to trial or something. And by the time this movie was over with, I was like, oh my God. Because he was accused of doing something he didn't do.
Oh, is that Just Mercy?
I think so, yeah.
That was
He
good.
he was accused of doing something, and the things ah
Is that the one? Is it just Samuel L. Jackson?
no, it's not that one. It's the one where
Okay.
it was the one about he supposedly flirted with a white girl at a
Oh,
store.
Till. You watched Till about
Yeah,
Emmett Till.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it was the stuff they done to him. It was terrible.
I couldn't watch that.
I was trying to educate myself a little bit.
I can watch all manner of horror film, but I can't watch that.
That one was pretty rough. It was my friend Melanie had given me a list of movies that she thought would help me have a better understanding of a couple things I didn't know about. And
Mm.
like I didn't even know what Juneteenth was, but she knew what it was.
Yeah.
And we
But
didn't
a lot
get
of people didn't know what it was, so
we
like I didn't know what it was for a long time.
and when I finally learned about it, I'm like, my gosh. Just think of
There's a lot of things that I learned as an adult. Like I didn't realize that right there in Wilmington where they had a whole community that they burned down.
just
And
think that had to happen, that kind of thing. Because those people were functioning and they were making money and they were living life. Just
yeah.
think if that had happened, maybe society would have been a lot better.
Well, yeah, it would have. I know I should put my Supreme slider down. I know I'm going to regret it if I don't.
But what now?
Supreme slider.
What is that?
Um, it goes on the bed of your sewing machine to make things slide better.
Oh, got ya.
I don't use it very much, but when I use the like the blankets or Minky as backing, sometimes it doesn't want to go through the machine so great. Let me think about it.
I find a lot of the history here in Greenland rather interesting too. Like I never knew that Charles Lindbergh was best friends with um oh my gosh, I always Gnud Rasmussen. And they traveled 18,000 kilometers of the Arctic together.
Wow.
He brought his family here multiple times, and then one time when they were here, someone stole his son, and they never did find out who did that. Just and it has to do, and his son was stolen from this particular town I live in. The
Wow.
museum that we have down in Town Square, it was built in 1804, and it has 3 floors. So the 2 top floors were used as sleeping quarters, and him and Rasmussen and Charles Lindbergh spent many nights in that building. And there's all kinds of stories about how all the things that they did together.
I had no idea.
Yeah, we've heard we all know who Charles Lindbergh is or was. Most of us knows who he is anyway.
Well,
And
yeah.
because one of the things he liked doing was flying, and he had a little prop plane. He I don't know how he got it over here, but he would use his prop plane quite often a lot too over here.
I made dinner, Miss Sharon, but it's chicken. Do you want a plate?
Mhm.
All right.
Nice, Rita. Keep up posting on your progress. Cool. Rita says she is going to do a postage stamp quilt, but making stars for it. Oh, that sounds like fun. And Sherry says she watched the first Christmas movie of the season.
I have not gotten started yet. I know once I get started, it's a wrap, so I'm waiting.
Hey, Robin, how many of your big diamonds, or how many of your diamonds have you got put together now? Are you getting closer to getting the main part of the quilt top done? I want to do a postage stamp one too. I think it would be a good challenge. We might get one more of these made tonight. So what is I kind of forgot to ask some other questions. So here's my next question. How many UFOs do you have? And what would it take to get you on a path to finish one or two of them in the next 6 months? Let me know in the chat. And if you need me to re-ask the question, I will.
I don't have as many whips as I have rulers, but not too far off.
30. I need to take time and count how many UFOs I actually have, because I bet I have more than I think I do.
Yeah, I counted them not too long ago. Well, it's been a few months, but I don't remember what it was.
Rita says she doesn't have any UFOs.
Oh, you're so good, Rita.
Wow. Okay. Oh, the question is, how many UFOs do you have, and what would it take to get you on a path to finish one or two of them in the next 6 months? I also add to that, would y'all like to see me add a UFO night where we just on a live work on a UFO once a month?
That's honestly something I was thinking about doing, Katie.
Well, sorry.
No, it's all right.
We can do the UFOs together if you want. But no,
Yeah,
I should come to you for that though.
yeah, I thought about because I was like, just maybe like do it on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
And
Wednesday. That sounds like a catchy title.
yep, whipping it up Wednesday and just picking a project.
Yep.
And working on it. And if I don't finish it that month, then that's okay. You know, I have to give myself some grace
Yes.
because I can't allow my hobby to become a source of
Yeah,
stress.
same here. But I think it would be funny if you made some kind of progress.
Oh yeah, yeah. I want to
Just
make progress, but I'm not
wait.
like tasked because some of them like I haven't even put blocks together.
Yeah.
so, so like they're a long way from
Yeah.
being complete. But yeah, I
Okay.
thought about doing that starting, but I wouldn't start till the new year.
Yeah, it wouldn't start till next year. Okay. Rita says, I cannot start a project without finishing the one I was working on first. Jaja says she has two tops. See, now I don't call tops UFOs because you
I
got the
do.
top on. You call it a UFO?
I do. I
Oh,
do.
wow. So we're
If
going to
it's
have to
not
discuss
quilted and bound.
okay, so we're gonna have to talk about that too then. She says, I have two tops I'm still piecing, but I have 5 tops finished and 2 more quilts still in my head to start. And then Jaja says my machine is
It's
small,
on the
so I
table. You want something to drink with it?
without having a fit. Then Sherry says I had been working on my UFO piecing or quilting them. No one's going to give me a straight answer on how many they have.
I have to count. Like I have no idea. Like offhand,
I
I
have a
couldn't
feeling.
even tell you.
I bet
I know it's got to be at least 20. I would say it wouldn't be less than 20.
Sherry says she probably has around 12 this year. I probably have about 20 UFOs. Probably. It might be more if I go over there and start going through totes and looking. Rita says, poor Nora. She's loved and she is fed and all that stuff. She's just trying to be drama queen. Get in your bed. Bed. Go on. Bed. Get in your bed. Go on. Bed.
This came out pretty good.
It's going right.
And everything, yeah, it came out pretty good.
Hey, Lori. She says hi to you too, Shonda.
Hey, Lori.
Do you need to go outside again? Do you need to go shoo shoo? Do you need to go shoo shoo? Then go get in your bed. Nope. Sit. She's like, well, if I have to sit, I'm going to give you lip. I'm not listening. I'm waiting for someone to say, will you please shut your dog up? She definitely is being vocal tonight. Maybe she thinks I'm still mad at her. I don't know. She definitely knew I was upset with her last night. Because when I didn't let her up on the bed and I told her to go get in her own bed, she went and got in her own bed. Gave me a look and walked off. She knew I was upset with her. No.
She might think if she keeps whining, you'll give her something else.
She ain't getting nothing else. We're done with food tonight. Don't have any fruit to give her. No. No. I don't have any treats to give her. That's the problem, Sherry. Hang on a minute, Sean. I'll be right back. I'll see if I can find something.
Let's see what this is.
I want to show you guys something. I'm gonna see if I can get the camera turned around so I can. Okay. She loves these. These are
What is that?
sweet bell peppers.
Oh, okay. I couldn't tell what that was.
Now watch what happens. Sit, stay. Wait. Wait. Ah. Wait. Wait. Go. Look how fast she eats it. Can you tell that her tail's wagging at the same time?
I can't see down that far.
Oh, hang on. Let me spotlight. Is that better?
Oh yeah.
Wait. Wait. Ah. Wait. But you see her tail moving?
Mm-hmm.
Bad puppy. Wait. Okay.
I don't know why dogs inhale their food like
I don't
that.
either. Wait. She acts like it's going to be her last meal. Wait. Ah. Darn it. She's like this shark, you know. Wait. You better not take this one from me. Otherwise, you're not going to get it. Wait. Ah. Wait. Look at me. Wait. Look. Okay. Good girl. And there you have it. A, a pepper eating dog. Sherry says, you're making her very happy.
I know.
Ah. When I first started doing that wait and look at me thing, I thought she
Mm-hmm.
would never get it.
Oh yeah,
Because
they get it.
her patience or her lack of patience would overrun. But now, when I ask her to look at me, she looks at me. I think I could teach her other tricks because she's so food oriented.
Yeah, my mom's dog is very food oriented.
It's so weird because she's so food oriented and Coda wasn't. The only thing you could get Coda interested in was balls. You could pick up a ball, he was ready to go then. But food was not the thing for him. First German Shepherd I ever seen that didn't care about eating. And I tend to think that maybe his stomach troubles had something to do with that.
Yeah, that very well could be.
Yeah, because when I got him, um, and at the time we were feeding him kibble, and I put kibble on the in his bowl, and he would sit there for 2 or 3 days, and he wouldn't touch it. And I told Nikolai, I said, "There's something wrong with this dog," because he was like that just about from the moment we got him. And so he says, "Well, maybe we should try something else." So we ordered some high-ended dog food from Nuke, and he would eat some of it because I never overfed him. But it would be the same kind of thing. He he absolutely acted like either he didn't like the food or it was upsetting his stomach. And I started paying attention to his toilet patterns and stuff, and I noticed that his stools didn't look right. That's when I decided to put him on raw. And for a while there, he never overate anything I gave him, but he would never come and beg for more, except fish. And before he started getting really sick, that caused us to lose him when we did,
Mm-hmm.
he finally had started gaining weight because for the longest time he didn't even gain weight, even though I was giving him enough food. So I think he had an allergy to kibble. But you could never ply him into doing any tricks with food. It didn't matter what it was. It could have been the most tastiest piece of fish, and you wanted to teach him to shake hands. No, get a ball, he'd shake hands. He was more driven to that type of activity than food.
It's crazy how they all have their own personality,
Yep.
you know?
It's just another form of prey drive. He just used his prey drive differently. Nora, that's all she thinks about. Oh, I want some more. Give me some more. But Dachshunds are famous for that. That's why you see so many obese Dachshunds. They would probably feed, I told Nikolai, I said, if we left food on the floor all the time, she would probably feed herself into oblivion. But she really gave me a heart attack last night. I was freaking out last night when she disappeared.
I bet.
All I could think of is, oh my God, somebody's hit her. How'd she make it to the road? There's no way she made it to the road that fast. And the grass is so tall, you can't see her sometimes. And Dachshunds love underbrush anyway. The more, the more thicker the underbrush, the more they love it, seems like. I hope your dogs never associate your hand with the take command. What do you mean?
I mean, she's not taking the food out of his mouth, so I think she's probably all right there.
Who was taking food out of their mouth?
I don't know. I'm assuming the take command is when you take something from the dog. I don't know what the take command is. What is the take command?
Rita says, I do not allow any of my dogs to eat like that. Never. They have to take it very slowly and easy. Well, yeah. Those pieces looked huge. It was half of a bell pepper. My two little ones love all kinds of veggies, says Rita. And then Sherry says, mine will take small bites from the food from my fingers. And then Rita says, I've never trained my dogs or cats with food. They are all trained using sign language. As seems as if there is no food, they won't do it. See, when I put her bowl on the floor, she has to sit and wait and look at me until I decide when she gets to go in her bowl. I never just put the bowl down and walk away.
My aunt trained her dog to use the buttons to tell her what he needs.
Oh, that's cool.
But she had to take the treat button off of the she had to take the treat button off.
Because he kept pressing it.
He kept pressing the treat button
I
constantly.
Yeah, it's like when we put treats inside her. She has a ball that she's so far has held up to her abuse, and we can put treats inside of it. So she has to roll the ball around with her nose to get the treats to fall out. And she spent hours doing that until she gets every last one of them out.
Yep. That's how my aunt's dog is. And
But it allows them to use their brain while they're doing that.
But like she wanted to know, like, so like if he has to go outside, he'll push the outside button. She taught him how to wipe his paws. But she used food. She used food to train him. He likes blueberries. So she would use like blueberries
Yeah,
and stuff like that.
Yep. A lot of people use food as rewards. I see nothing wrong with it, actually.
But yeah, she got him to do a lot of stuff. So, because she's like one of those neat nicks, she's like super duper clean and neat, like not like me at all. And so when she, every time the dog goes outside, when they come back in, she always takes a wet wipe and she cleans his paws. She's got the little, especially for dog wipes, and she cleans his paws and his face and, gives him a little wipe down. But when they first come in, she taught him how to wipe his paws off on the mat, on the welcome mat.
Um, my friend Torben's wife, she's from Thailand and she is a clean fanatic. And when we were on our when we ate dinner with them before it was time for them to sail to, I mean, to fly to Thailand because that is this time of the year they go because they have a
Mm-hmm.
house there too. She asked she asked me a strange question. She says, "I know this is going to be a strange question, but I can't help. I want to ask because she knows that we let Nora sleep with us quite often.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do when Nora's all muddy from the outside from all the rain and it's all muddy? Do you let her get on the bed when she's like that? I'm like, no. She
No.
gets cleaned up. Putting that muddy dog on my bed. I guess she just assumed we wouldn't clean her up, which I think's funny.
Maybe I'll get a dog one day.
Huh?
I said maybe I'll get a dog one day.
Yeah, that's right. We've had to. I don't. Maybe you can in the future.
I just want to make sure I'm ready for it.
You know what kind of dog you want?
Um, no, something low shed, something small enough to keep in the house. Not any kind of hound, because I don't want all that damn howling.
There is some dogs out there that are low allergy dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Sherry says, Katie, are you doing an all-nighter? Ha ha. I don't even know what time it is right now. I just know I wanted to finish this next block. Sherry says, mine rings the bell if she needs to go outside. I need to teach my dog to do that. She most of the time tells me anyway by looking at me and start making verbal noises. Wow, these blocks are coming together. Okay, we have 3 of these made now. I need to look and see what time it is actually because I have to take medicine at a certain. Oh, it's not. It's getting close to medicine time.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be logging off. I'm gonna go ahead. I finished dinner, so I'm gonna go ahead and eat in a minute and
Yeah, and I think I'll show this third block, and then I think we should get on out of here because I have a live in the morning. Mr. Sean. I'm so excited about what you and I talked about last night for next year.
oh, the I think I am gonna go with the fat ace.
Are
I
you?
think I decided. Mm-hmm.
Cool. I think it's going to be fun.
I pulled out my old socialites blocks from the first season.
Yeah, I need to find all of mine so we can do a show and tell thing.
I thought about doing the 3-inch size and using the same fabric,
Some of
but
them they would be easy enough for the 3-inch ones.
I had such a time. I had such a time. It took I think because it would take 2 hours.
Yeah. Maybe the simpler ones could be done in the 3-inch and then the rest of them in the 6.
But then you gotta find you gotta put it all together.
Well, I think she said that they were going to do a layout for uh that if someone was combining two different sizes or three different sizes, because there is three sizes. I think she said something about that if I remember right.
I just don't know how because I guess well they're the artists, not me, because they don't know what combination you're gonna do.
Yeah. Well, we
Or-
know that the small ones are 3 inches, so if you sew the 3 inches, that takes them down to so 5.5 unfinished. If you sew two of them
Um,
together.
um, I think they're unfinished. So they're 3 inch finished. So they would be if you put four together, I guess you would have 6.5
Yeah,
inches unfinished.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. There is potential for it, but I'll go. Are you on Kimberly Stitch Squad's page, or Facebook page?
No, I don't spend a lot of time on Facebook.
I tell you what, I'll go over there and ask that question because someone from Fat Quarter Shop will definitely answer the question. I'll ask that question.
Well, it's probably just going to be, if I had to guess, they're probably just going to do a basic row by row layout. It won't be very, you know what I'm saying? It's just going to be square, 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 square,
Yeah,
square, square, square. You know what I mean? And that
yeah.
way you can combine them, but because that's going to be the only way you would be able to do it.
But we also.
Unless they, oh, well, no, they could.
What were you gonna say?
I'm trying to, no, I can think of other ways they could do the layout.
Yeah. Sherry, tomorrow it'll be 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for you guys. And for those of you who live on the Pacific Coast, it's up to you whether you get up that early because that's the only time me and Sean can do these, which is 11 o'clock my time. Okay, here's block number 3. All finished.
Oh, that looks good.
Yeah, it came out really good. All 3 of them look great. I'm happy with them.
Yeah, that came out
Super happy.
good.
Definitely. I am so proud of myself because I was like, when I first saw the pattern, when I got it and looked at it, like, oh, I don't know. But now I'm actually enjoying this sew.
And what are you making?
Huh?
What are you making? What
I'm
pattern are you doing?
doing the dragon fruit pattern.
Okay,
Hang
I
on, I'll
don't know
show
what
you a
that
picture
is.
of it. Hold on, I'll show you a picture of it. One that makes sense anyway. Oh, here we go. This is a good picture of it right here.
Oh, that. Okay. I know that. Okay. I didn't realize that's what that pattern was called.
Yeah, it's called it, and the fabric's Tula Pinks, several different
Yeah.
lines.
Okay. Yeah, that look okay. So you just did one of those. So you're doing the blocks in the four corners there?
Um, yeah, they're right
Those
here.
inner
Yeah,
corners? Yeah, yeah.
yep.
Interesting.
So here, I showed this the other day, and I'll show it again so you can see all of it. Um, so this, the one that you see that I built is I had to make 4 of these, which you're seeing me do. I've done 3 already.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next one looks like this, and you have to do 4 of those like this.
Okay.
And then the next set is going to be, and you'll do 4 of these.
So it looks complicated, but they break it down into manageable chunks, it looks like.
Yeah, so you're doing it in chunks, yeah. And then the next one is this set.
Okay.
And then the next one is, this is where we start getting into purple. Look, there's this one now.
Oh, look at all those tonals, those tone on tone purples.
It's going to be pretty. And
Yeah.
then the next one, next quad, or I like to call them quadrants. The next one is these 3 blocks. You got to make 4 of each of these blocks.
Okay.
And then it shows in it then the next one, these are, let me see if this is being sewed together or not, or if it's being put in. Yeah, okay. Then you have this one.
Okay.
Then it shows, so then you have to do 4 of these by putting all those pieces together into this.
Okay. And then you put the 4 quadrants together, then add your borders.
Yep. There's the quadrant, what it looks like put together.
Okay.
And then this is what it looks like before you sew it all together. And this is it together with the border added onto it.
Okay.
I think my granddaughter's going to love it.
I think so too.
And it'll be something that I have accomplished. It's a little different than my usual thing, you know.
Did you get, you bought the kit?
Yeah, it's a block of the month sew along. And now I have all of it, the complete kit now. The only thing I noticed that I'm hoping I have it here, otherwise I gotta call Backwater Shop, is I'm missing the flying geese paper. And the flying geese is on the next section that I'm going to be starting. So I need to call them, but first I need to look in a couple places, and if they're not there, that means I never got it, which means that was just an accident. It wasn't their fault. Well, it happened in their shop, but you know what I mean. I'm not mad.
Yeah. Right. Accidents happen.
Yeah, they can send it to me. It's not a problem. And I can skip that one section until the paper gets here. If they had the exact measurements, I could just put it together without the paper, but that doesn't, this is all based on FPP, so I don't have the measurements. So right now I have 3 of these done, and then I am going to do a couple tutorials on how to do the economy block and the square to square using FPP, and those will come out on little short videos. For those of you who are channel creators, Monday, what time did we say I was doing it at? Oh, yeah, 4:30 Eastern Standard Time, I think it is. There is a premiere for how to turn on your closed captioning on your YouTube channel when you're going live. And when you're setting up your live, you have to do it while you're setting up the live, because once you go live, you cannot go back and put it on. So I have made a small video about that. I've also made a video on how to use Zoom and YouTube together as a live, and I've gone step by step on setting each one up, and I'll probably put that premiere out, I don't know, a few days later. I'm trying to stretch them out because I've been making the videos as I go along. I still got to make another video that has to do with StreamYards with YouTube going live, and then I think I'm going to do another video where you just go live without any of the extra software, because you can actually do that. And I need to look on my telephone and with the YouTube Studio app to find out, see if I can't figure out where on there is the closed captioning when you go live with it. Someone told me they didn't see it on their phone, so I'm going to do some rambling around it and see if I can find it. And if I can't find it, then maybe I can Google it, and maybe Google will tell us where it is in the phone YouTube at? At least I hope so. If not, then I will be writing YouTube and ask, why can you not change to closed caption with your phone?
Now, I do know that some stuff is limited when you're using the app, and I don't know if that's one of the things, but
Yeah, I agree with you because there was something I was trying to find on my phone. Oh, I was looking for a certain thing that I can see on my computer in YouTube Studio that I cannot see in YouTube Studio on my phone. It's very strange.
yeah, there's some stuff that you can't do in the app that you can only do on your computer. But I don't know if that's one of them. Let me.
Are you talking about on your phone, Rita? I have made a video to show them where to find the closed captions. It's not where you can actually see it. You have to look for it. And that's why I made the video for it. So it's going up on Monday, or premieres on Monday. But if you're talking about the phone, then I want to make a video on that too, because someone said they couldn't find the closed captions on their phone. I have to go to my YouTube to see it. On my cell phone, hold on. Okay, and I'll get my cell phone. Where the heck is it? Because I want to make a video of showing where it is on the phone. And to go live, I have to use, you can't use the studio. You have to use the other part of YouTube, which is weird. I have no, I actually have 3 applications on my stupid phone for YouTube, which I don't understand why. Okay, so let's pretend we're going to go live. Right, next. Nope, this is not made for kids, so that's okay. Public, that's not there. No, it's not made for kids. Under go on cell phone under YouTube Studio settings. Nope, not there. Okay, so you're doing it in the studio itself, but you can't go live inside the studio with your phone. That's a problem. You have to use the regular YouTube to go live. And once you go live, when you're setting up a live with your phone, well, wait a minute. Let me go back to the other. Let's pretend I'm going to set up a live, but I'm not going to. I don't think you can do a pre setup for a live with YouTube with your phone. You go back there again. Let me go look. Um, Advanced settings did next. No, we do. Yeah, it doesn't let you pre-program it to go live on a specified day with the phone. Or mine doesn't. On YouTube, on the cell phone, under YouTube Studio settings, and then it says captions. Under YouTube, then go to settings. Nope. Under YouTube Studio and settings. I don't even see settings under my studio on my phone. This is what my phone looks like. And this is YouTube Studio.
So for me to go to my settings in YouTube Studio, I have to click on my little icon in the upper right-hand corner of the app.
Oh,
And
got
then
you. Now I'm there in settings. Okay. Censor auto captions. Hide inappropriate. No, that's not what I'm after. We need to turn it on first. Then it says captions. I do not see captions. I see audience, county of residence, permission, creator demographics, clips, censor auto captions, control, content control. Nope, not there either. Currency and appearance.
yeah, I don't see where in there you would be
Yeah, me
changing
neither.
that setting.
Yeah, I don't see that either. Because it's not here. Unless we're looking in the wrong place. Yeah, I don't see that the thing she's talking about. Live on YouTube will, with cell phone open, the YouTube app, tap create plus icon. Select go live and follow the, yeah, I went through all that and it's not there where you're talking about. You mean set it up first and then go back and do it. Live on YouTube with cell phone open, the YouTube app, tap create plus icon button, select go live, follow the on-screen prompts to set up your title, privacy, and other details before starting your stream. That's making you go live right then and there then. So you actually can't preset a live on your phone to go live a certain day with your phone. Because when I use the computer, I preset everything along with turning on the closed captioning. And someone was saying they used their phone to set up their live, so they didn't have that setting that you're talking about. Which means they're not using any software to go live with to tag into everything. Interesting. I'll have to test that theory when I'm not live already, because right now I'm live. I can't do anything. No, not without bumping this one off. I'll look into it, Rita. Thank you for saying letting me know about that. I'll look it up tomorrow. I'll play with my phone. I never set up lives except I only go live on my phone when I'm in town square shooting something down there or up here at the lake. All of my lives are preset with my laptop. What were you gonna say, Shonda?
I'm gonna have to drop Katie.
Okay, yeah, I got to too. Thank you for coming.
All right, bye.
See you later, alligator. All right, it's time for me to go too. I'll look into it though, Rita. Thank you for sharing. Y'all have a great night. I'll see you in the morning with Sean. We will be working on Star Climber together tomorrow. Rita says she is trying to see if she can go live on her phone to see if it works. Yeah, I would think I don't know why you wouldn't. I kind of wish they would fix it so you can preset lives on your phone. So I don't know how someone else does it if you can't preset lives. Anyway, thank you everyone for coming. Oh, about the poll before I forget. Always forget. Goodness gracious. Hang on. Anytime now, let me see it. Okay, so we have 34 votes. What does runcible mean? Option 1 was the act of running. Option 2 was the fear of water. Option 3 is a type of spoon with 3 bends. And option 4 is the study of ancient languages. 24% voted on both the act of running and the study of ancient languages. 3% chose the fear of water, and 50%, which is over half of the votes, chose a type of spoon with 3 bends in it. And the answer is actually a type of spoon with 3 bends in it. And I don't know why it left off part of what I put on there. Jaja says, I had a super lot of fun today. I always do here. Thank you for coming. I appreciate that. Yeah, so tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sean and I for Star Climber. So see you tomorrow morning. Bye, everyone. And remember to live, laugh, love, and dream.